Chapter 1. Paradise, Colorado. 1 year later Wednesday. The sound of boots crunching into gravel carried across the blacktop while the man who wore them was still a shimmering black figure approaching the sign that read "Welcome to Paradise, Colorado. Population 450. Cecil Marshall shifted his seat on the town's only public bench, shaded from the hot midsummer sun by the town's only drinking establishment, and measured the stranger strutting along the road's shoulder like some kind of black-caped superhero. It wasn't just the man's black broad-brimmed hat, or his dark trench coat whipped about by a warm afternoon breeze, but the way he carried himself that made Cecil think, "Jiminy Cricket, Zorro's a-coming." The town sat in a small valley with forested mountains that butted up against the buildings on all four sides. One road in and the same road out. The road in descended into the valley around a curve half a mile behind the stranger. The road out was a snacker that took to the back country, headed north. Paradise was a typical small mountain town, the kind with one of most things and none of many things. One convenience store, gas station, video store, grocery store. One bar, restaurant. One old theater that had closed its doors long ago. One church. One mechanic, Paul Bitters, who fixed broken tractors and cars in his barn a mile north of town. One of a few other establishments that hardly counted as establishments. No hospital. No arcade. No real grocery store other than the convenience store. Everyone shopped in Delta, 20 miles west. No police station or bowling alley or car dealer or bike shop or choice of cuisine. The only thing there was more than none or one of was hairdressers. There were 3 hairdressers, one on Main Street and 2 who worked out of their homes, which didn't really count. "Looks lost," Johnny Drake said. Cecil turned to the blond boy beside him. Johnny slouched back, legs dangling off the bench, watching the stranger. His mother, Sally Drake, had come to town after being abandoned by some worthless husband when Johnny was a baby, 13 years earlier. Sally's father, Dylan Drake, had passed away, leaving her the house that she and Johnny now lived in. She'd decided to stay in Paradise for the house, after unsuccessfully trying to sell it. The decision was mighty courageous, considering the scandal Sally suffered shortly after her arrival. The thought of it still made Cecil angry. As far as he was concerned, the town hadn't found its soul since. They were a sick lot, these Paradise folk. If he could speak, he would stand up in that monstrosity they called a church and say so. But Cecil couldn't speak. He was a mute. Had been since his birth, 81 years ago. Johnny watched the stranger and rolled a large red marble between his fingers. He was born with a crooked leg, which was one thing that had bonded him to Cecil. The Children's Hospital in Denver corrected his leg surgically, and even though he still limped now and then, he was pretty much an ordinary boy now. No, not ordinary. Extraordinary. A bona fide genius. They would all see that soon enough. Cecil loved the boy as his own. It was probably a good thing Johnny didn't know about the mess that had followed his birth. Cecil turned back to the stranger, who'd left the graveled shoulder and now clacked down the middle of the road in black, steel-toed cowboy boots like a freshly shoed quarter horse. Black boots, black pants, black trench coat, black hat, white shirt. A real city slicker. On foot, 3 miles from the nearest highway. I'll bet he's sporting a black mustache to boot. Cecil dropped his eyes to the leather-bound copy of Moby Dick in his lap. Today he would give Johnny the book that had filled his world with wonder when he was 14. He looked at the boy. Kid was growing up fast. The sweetest, biggest-hearted boy any man could ever want for a son. Johnny suddenly gasped. He had those big light brown eyes fixed in the direction of the city slicker, and his mouth lay open as if he'd swallowed a fly. Cecil lifted his head and followed the boy's eyes. The black-cloaked stranger strutted down Main Street's yellow dashes now, arms swinging under the folds of a calf-length duster, silver-tipped boots stabbing the air with each step. His head turned to face Cecil and Johnny. The brief thought that Zorro might be wearing a disguise, a Halloween mask of a skull, flashed through Cecil's mind. But this was no mask. The head jutting from the stranger's white shirt was all bone. Not a lick of skin or flesh covered the bleached jaw. It smiled at them with a wide set of pearl teeth. Two eyes stared directly at Cecil, suspended in their deep bone sockets, like the eyes down at the butcher shop in Junction. Too big, too round, and never blinking. Cecil's pulse spiked. The ghostly apparition strode on, right up the middle of the street as if it owned paradise, like a cocky gunslinger. And then the stranger veered from his course and headed directly toward them. Cecil felt his book drop. His hands shook in his lap like the stranger's eyes, shaking in their sockets with each step, above a grinning face full of teeth. Cecil scanned the man's body, searched for the long bony fingers. There, at the end of long black sleeves, dangling limp, the stranger's hands swung to his gait. Flesh. Strong, bronzed, fleshy hands, curving gently with a gold ring. Flashing in the sun, Cecil jerked his eyes back to the stranger's face and felt an ice-cold bucket of relief cascade over his head. The face staring at him smiled gently with a full set of lips, parted. The stranger was 20 feet from them now. Cecil clamped his mouth shut and swallowed the pooled saliva. Did I see what I just thought I saw? He glanced down at young Johnny. The boy still gaped. Yep, he'd seen it too. Cecil remembered the book. He bent over and scanned the dusty boards at his feet and spotted it under the bench. He reached way down so his rump raised off the bench, steadied his tipping torso with his left hand on the boardwalk, and swung his right arm under the seat. His fingers touched the book. He clasped it with bony fingers, jerked it to safety, and shoved himself up. When his head cleared the bench, the stranger stopped in front of them. Cecil mostly saw the black pants, a zipper and two pockets, a crotch, a polyester crotch. He hesitated a brief moment and lifted his head. For a moment the man just stood there, arms hanging loosely, long hair lifting from his shoulders in the breeze, black eyes staring directly into Cecil's, lips drawn tight as if to say, "Get a grip, old fool. Don't you know who I am?" He towered, over 6 foot, dressed in the spotless getup with silver flashing on his boots and around his belt like one of those country western singers on cable. Cecil tried to imagine the square chin and high cheekbones bared of flesh, stripped dry like a skull in the desert. He couldn't. The stranger's eyes shifted to the boy. "Hello, my friend. Mighty fine town you have here. Can you tell me where I would find the man in charge?" Johnny's Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't answer. The man waited, eyebrows raised like he expected a quick answer. But Johnny wasn't answering. The man turned back to Cecil. "How about you, old man? Can you tell me, who's in charge here? The mayor? Chief of police?" The man casually slipped his right hand into the pocket of his slacks and moved his fingers as if he were playing with coins. "About fixin' things around here. Move on, stranger. You're no good. Just move on and find some other town." He should tell the stranger that. He should stand right up and point to the edge of town and tell the man where he should take his bones. But Cecil didn't stand up and say anything. Couldn't. Besides, his throat was still in knots, which made it difficult to breathe, much less stand up and play marshal. "Jordan," Johnny said. The man in black pulled his hand from his pocket and stared at it. A translucent gel of some kind smothered his fingers, a fact that seemed to distract him for a moment. His eyes shifted to Johnny. "Jordan." The man began to lick the gel from his hand. "And whose Jordan?" He sucked at his fingers, cleaning them. "Now you're mute, boy. Speak up." "The father." The man ran his wet fingers under his nose and drew a long breath through His nostrils. You have to love the sweet smell of truth. Care for a sniff. He lowered his hand and ran it under Johnny's nose. The boy jerked away, and the man swept his hand in front of Cecil's face. Smelled musty, like dirty socks. Cecil pulled back. What did I tell you? The man said, grinning. This stuff will. Johnny glanced at the bar, 30 yards to their right. Maybe Steve. Steve. That's the owner of the bar. The man studied Smithers' saloon. Cecil looked at the establishment's flaking white frontage. It needed a few coats of paint, but then so did half the buildings in Paradise. A plaque hung at an odd angle behind the swinging screen door. Faded red letters spelled open. A dead neon Budweiser sign hung in one of the saloon's 3 windows. He looked back at the stranger, who still faced the bar. But the man's eyes weren't looking at the saloon. They were twisted down. Fixed on Cecil. Crooked smile. He cocked his arm up to his shoulder as if it were spring-loaded and formed. A prong with 2 fingers, like a cobra poised to strike. Slowly, he brought the hand toward Cecil and then stopped, a foot from his face. What on earth was the man doing? What did he think? The stranger moved his hand closer, closer. Cecil's vision blurred and he instinctively clamped his eyes shut. Hot and cold flashes ripped up and down his spine like passing freight trains. He wanted to scream. He wanted to yell for help. Help me, boy. Can't you see what he's doing? Help me, for heaven's sake. But he could do nothing more than open his mouth wide and suck in air, making little gasping sounds. Hatch, hatch. Like a plunger working in a toilet. A long second crawled by. Then 2. Cecil stopped sucking air and jerked. His eyes open. Pink filled his vision. The fuzzy pink of 2 fingers hovering like a wishbone an inch from his eyes. The fingers rushed at him. Cecil didn't have the time to close his lids this time. The man's pink pointers jabbed straight into his eye sockets. Cecil's mouth strained wide in a muted scream. The fingers dug right to the back of his sockets, wiggled deep. Waves of nausea washed through Cecil's gut. He thought he was going to throw up. Then he could see he wasn't throwing up, because he could see everything. From a vantage point 10 feet above the bench he saw it all. He saw Johnny cowering in horror at the far end of the short bench. He saw the black cowboy hat almost hiding the stranger's excited black eyes. The man planted his feet wide, grinning with glee, right arm extended toward Cecil's face, fingers plugged into his eye sockets like an electric cord as if to say, "Here, you old bat, let me juice you up a little." Cecil's head tilted back with those 2 bloody prongs quivering above his nose. His whole body shook on the bench. Pain swept to the ends of his bones and then was gone, as if it had leaked right out his heels. Maybe that's what happens when you die. Maybe that's why I'm floating up here. The stranger's arm jerked back, and Cecil saw his eyeballs tear free from their sockets, cupped in the stranger's fingers. A loud, wet-sucking sound filled the afternoon air. Little Johnny threw his arms over his head. With his left hand, the stranger reached for his own face. Jabbed at his eyes. Plucked out his own black eyeballs. Now he held a set of round, marble-like organs in each hand, a blue pair and a black pair. From above, Cecil caught a quick glimpse of the stranger's empty sockets, black holes drilled into his skull. They weren't bleeding. His own, on the other hand, began to ooze thick red streams down his cheeks. The stranger chuckled once and slapped the 2 black marble eyes into Cecil's sockets in one smooth motion. Couldn't see what his new eyes looked like. The man wiped his own eyes as if brushing away tears and adjusted his collar. "Now I have their eyes," he mumbled. He turned to his left and strode toward Steve Smithers' saloon. The black-clad stranger had taken 3 steps when he stopped and turned back to Johnny, who was still fixed in shock. For one horrifying moment Cecil believed the stranger was considering another victim. You ever see a trick like that, boy? Johnny couldn't have answered if he'd wanted to. The stranger winked, spun on his heels, and walked toward the saloon. The pain was back. It washed over Cecil's cranium and spread like a fire. First through his eyes and then directly down his back. Oh, God Almighty, help me. Cecil's world began to spin in crazy circles. From somewhere in the dark he heard a thump echo through his mind. My book, he thought. I've dropped my book again. Johnny cringed in horror. He gaped at the stranger, who appeared frozen on the steps to Smithers' saloon. Everything had stopped. Everything except for his heart, which was crashing in his ears. The saloon door slammed. He tore himself from the bench, tripped on a rock, and sprawled to the dirt. Pain knifed into his palm. He scrambled to his feet and spun. The old man was slumped on the bench, eyes closed, mouth open. Cecil, Johnny whispered. Nothing. A little louder. Johnny lifted a trembling thumb to the old man's left eye and pulled up the eyelid. Cecil's blue eyes, not the stranger's black eyes. And there was no blood. He released the eyelid and stood back. It occurred to him that Cecil's chest wasn't moving. He leaned forward and put his ear against his shirt. No heartbeat. He bolted, nearly toppling again, and ran for home, ignoring. Chapter 2. Paradise. Wednesday. Steve Smithers stood behind his cherry bar and polished a tall Budweiser glass. Paula Smither, his wife, sat at the end of the bar, next to Katie Bowers and the minister's secretary, Nancy. Behind the women, Chris Ingalls and his friend Mark had herded 6 others into a poker game. Waylon Jennings' mournful baritone leaked out from the old jukebox. But it wasn't the poker or the beer or the music that had brought the crowd today. It was the fact that the town's one and only mayor marshal, Frank Marsh, had run off with his secretary 3 days ago. Katie Bowers pulled a string of gum from her mouth, balled it into a wad, and dropped it into the ashtray. She lifted her beer and glared at Steve. Strange how a pretty valley girl like Katie, who wore her makeup loud and talked even louder, could be so unattractive. Katie set her bottle down. Lighten up, Paula. It's not like we haven't been here before. That was different, Paula shot back. Was it? Katie glanced at Steve. Be a doll and give us some peanuts. She's right, that was different, he said, reaching under the counter for the Planters tin. The air had thickened with the last exchange. Katie's husband, Claude Bowers, spoke without looking at his wife. Go easy, Katie. It's not like nothing happened here. The huge Swede sat at the bar, running his forefinger around the rim of his mug. Oh, lighten up. I'm not actually endorsing what he did. I'm just saying that it is not that big a deal, and I think most of us agree. Last I heard, 50% of marriages in this country. Steve caught his wife's eyes and winked. She might not be as slender as Katie, or have her magazine looks, but to him Paula was the prettier woman by far. They met in high school, 2 immigrants trying to make their way in a country insensitive to both of them. The Colorado mountains proved to be the perfect refuge for their wild romance. Frank didn't do anything right by Cynthia, Steve said. That silenced them for a moment. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it takes 2, Katie said. I doubt Cynthia's totally innocent in all this. What goes around, comes around. Paula stared Katie down. How can you say that? Cynthia's only crime is that she's 20 years older than that bimbo Frank ran off with. And what about little Bobby? He's 7, for heaven's sake. What did he do to deserve this? What did Johnny Drake do to deserve the scandal his mother caused? Steve glanced at Nancy and rolled his eyes. What's Stanley saying about this? Yeah, Katie said with a twinkle in her eye. What's good old Stanley say about all this? Nancy shrugged, making her heavy-set body jiggle. Not much. Life can be rough. Steve could have told them that much. It was a stupid question, All things considered. All I'm saying is we shouldn't get our panties in a wad as if this thing's the Black Plague sent by God to punish our little village, Katie said. Chris and Mark both broke into a chuckle. Steve walked over to the screen door creaked open and then slammed shut. Steve turned, grateful for the interruption. A stranger stood at the door, eyeing the room. Afternoon, Steve said. The stranger was dressed in a crisp black getup that looked like it had come off a Macy's rack only this morning. Clean cut. A bit like Johnny Cash. Waylon Jennings ended his song on a sad note, and the jukebox hissed silently. The man removed his hat and shed his coat. What was he doing wearing a coat in the middle of summer anyway? And a black coat at that. The man threw his coat over a chair and stepped up to the bar. Strong, sharp, tan face. You wouldn't happen to have a drink in this place, would you? Last time I checked, Steve said with a grin. The stranger slid onto a stool 2 down from Claude and smiled warmly. Good. Soda water will be fine. Steve dug a bottle from the ice chest, popped its cap under the bar, and slid it to the man. $1, he said. The others stared at the stranger, and although the poker game continued, Steve doubted the players were as fixed on their cards as a moment ago. It wasn't every day that a character like this walked into town. A pool ball clicked across the room. The stranger tossed a silver dollar onto the counter. So, this is paradise. He shoved a hand toward Steve. Name's Black, he said. Marsuvi's Black. You can call me preacher if you want. Steve took the hand. A preacher? Huh. Figured. A preacher named Black. Dressed like an urban cowboy. A cowboy. The preacher took a sip of the water and followed it with a satisfied awe. Well, I'm headed here, Steve. Right here to Paradise, Colorado. He set the bottle on the bar. Funny thing happened to me this afternoon. Black looked at Paula and Katie for a moment and then shifted his gaze to the poker players, who ignored the cards for the moment and returned his stare. I was coasting down the highway with my window rolled down, enjoying the mountain air, thinking how blessed I was to have a life filled with hope and grace when, the engine bangs in front of me and the front wheels lock up solid. By the time I get Mr. Buick over to the shoulder, she's smoking like Hell's Gateway. Motor was gone. The preacher took another swig from the bottle of soda and swallowed hard. The room listened. No one bothered to restart the jukebox. Soon as I climbed out, I knew it was God, Black said. Steve felt a burning in his ear at the word. Not that there was anything unusual about the word God in Paradise. Practically the whole town packed the Episcopal Church every Sunday. But the way the theatrical man said the word sent waves of heat through Steve's ears. Formal and hollow, like it came from a deep drum. Gouyuth. God. Steve said. The preacher nodded. God. God was saying something. And the second I saw the sign that my '78 Buick had nearly run over, I knew what he was saying. Black lifted the bottle to his lips again. Steve glanced at Claude and smiled. One of those can you believe this guy smiles. And what was that? The sign said, Paradise 2 miles. And then the voice popped in my head. Go to Paradise, it said. Black drew a 2 in the air as he spoke. The man named Marsuvi's Black drilled Steve with a blue stare. But there was more, he said. Steve felt his gut tighten at the look and stopped rubbing the glass. God said he'd give us a sign. Black reached over to the peanut bowl, without removing his eyes from Steve, and brought a nut to his lips. A sign. A sign. A wart. A man with a wart. Said there's something ugly hidden under this town's skin. Said I was to bring grace and hope with a capital G and a capital H. Steve looked at the others. They were no longer smiling, which was odd. Because he figured Chris at least would be snickering. But there was something in Black's voice. Something like Freon, chilling to the bone. Paula and Katie sat wide-eyed now. Claude fidgeted. By the pool table, Case Donner leaned on his stick and stared at Chris. Black looked at the poker table. Any of you have a wart? Mark smiled and uttered a nervous chuckle. He shifted his gaze to Chris. Wooden next to him. No. The preacher popped another peanut into his mouth and crunched. Down. None of you has a wart over there. Still no response. Steve felt his heart pick up its pace. How about you there? Marsuvies asked, nodding at Chris. You sure you don't have a wart behind your right ear? Chris opened his mouth slowly, and Steve believed that the man had a wart. Precisely where the stranger suggested. He turned back to Black, who continued chewing on a peanut. No. Well, I know it is there. A redhead with a wart. That would be the sign. Now, if you're not a redhead. Chris sat dumbfounded. This is your day, Black said. Because there's always two sides to a sign. My side and your side. For me to know that God did indeed bring me to paradise, and for you to know that I was sent. The man stood from his stool and strolled toward Chris. Do you mind if I touch it? Black asked softly. Touch it? Chris stammered. Yes, touch it. Do you mind if I touch the wart behind your ear? Chris swung his stricken eyes to Steve, but Steve felt just as much surprise. For a while they held their places, frozen in the scene, totally unprepared for this surreal script. All except the preacher. He seemed to know how this play would end. It's okay. He placed a gentle hand on Chris's right shoulder and brushed imaginary dandruff from the blue mechanic's shirt that read Chris over the left pocket. I can help you. A sign, remember. And then he reached for Chris's ear like a magician doing a disappearing coin trick. His fingers brushed the side of Chris's skull, just behind his right ear. Black turned around, walked back to his stool, sat, and popped another peanut into his mouth. Now we will see what God meant when he said bring grace and hope to paradise, Black said. You ready, Chris? The stranger faced the redhead. Feel your head there, son. Chris made no move. Go ahead, feel the wart. Now Chris raised a hand. Silence. It's what? Steve asked. It is gone. What do you mean, it is gone? Steve said. I swear. I had a wart here just like he said, and now it is gone. Chris stared at the preacher with wide eyes. Steve spun to the preacher, who was now grinning, big pearlies gleaming white. His front teeth gripped a single nut. The glass in Steve's hand trembled. The brown knob between Black's teeth looked somewhat like a peanut, but he knew it couldn't be a peanut because peanuts did not bleed. And this thing was bleeding a thin trail of red down Black's lower teeth while the preacher sat there with his lips peeled back and his eyes wide, proudly displaying his catch. To a person they all gaped at the man, slack-jawed. Then, like a gulping fish, Black sucked the wart into his mouth, crunched twice deliberately, and swallowed hard. He slowly surveyed the patrons, his eyes sparkling blue. Face the music. They were saying, this is how you do grace and hope. You got a problem with that? Well, suck it up. I'm the real thing, honey. And he was, wasn't he? He had to be. Am I getting through? Black scanned the crowd. God have mercy, Katie Bowers muttered. God is right, my sweetness. The rest we'll see about. Now that I have your attention, I'm going to make a demand. With this kind of power comes great responsibility. I'm sure you understand. My responsibility is to make sure that each and every one of you, those here and those not here, attend tonight's meeting. What meeting? 7 o'clock sharp, in the church, Black said. No excuses, no exceptions. He snatched his hand up by his shoulder as if to keep everyone seated. He cocked his head to one side, faced the street outside. Another sign, he said, listening to the silence. An old man, a deaf mute, wasn't going to come to the meeting tonight. Thought I was too pushy. Black lowered his hand slowly and faced them. Seems as though he's dead. Now. Had a heart attack as I spoke. Nancy gasped. You sure about that? Steve asked. He was surprised he even asked the question, as if this man had the power to heal and kill. What kind of spiritual power was that? A moment ago, he thought Black might be the real deal, but this talk about Cecil cast a shadow over that possibility. Black ignored his question. This is serious business, my friends. I suggest you get back to your homes and wherever it is you waste away your lives and think hard and long about coming out tonight. Tricks, tricks. He's manipulating us with tricks. The monotony of paradise has been interrupted by a traveling trickster. Black turned and drilled Steve with a stare. You going to check outside, Steve, or are you going to just sit there thinking I'm nothing but a bag of tricks? Steve blinked. Claude was up already, heading for the door. He shoved it open and stared. Outside. Steve. The big Swede stood gaping at the street. He faced them. You'd better have a look. Something's wrong with Cecil. Chapter 3. The Monastery. Wednesday. Deep in a monastery hidden in the mountain canyons not so far from Paradise, Colorado, an orphan boy named Billy hurried to class, letting his gaze wander over the bas-relief pictographs inscribed in the rough-hewn stone around him. The pictures peered from their graven settings with fixed eyes. He could rarely look directly at the pictographs without it raising gooseflesh, and he wasn't sure why. Now proved no exception. He pushed a heavy door open and squinted in the sunlight that filled the library. The monastery was laid out like an old wagon wheel, cut in half and buried into a wedge-shaped gap in the cliff so that its spokes ran into the mountain. At the center lay the one room that had a direct view of the sky through the top of the canyon, the hub of this half-wheel, though it wasn't quite symmetrical. A large, reinforced glass canopy bridged the opening, one of the only truly modern things about this otherwise ancient monastery. Sunlight poured into the expansive atrium. The library's wood floors encircled a large lawn where 3 oak trees and a myriad of shrubs grew. A welcome half-acre of escape from the Gothic halls. Billy ran through the empty library and shuffled down a stone hallway, leading to one of the monastery's many classrooms. He was late for writing class. In fact, he might have missed it. Not that it really mattered. He'd made the rest of his classes this week. What was one small writing class out of 21 subjects? There was mathematics, there was history, there was theology, there was geography, there was a whole line of other disciplines, and Billy excelled in all of them, including writing. One missed class, although highly unusual, wouldn't mar his record. He ran a hand through loose red curls and stopped to catch his breath before a door near the end of the hall. The soft whisper of voices floated through the oak door. And then a deep one, above the others. Raoul. Yes, there it was again. Raoul, the head overseer, was teaching this evening. A warm flutter ran through Billy's gut. Then again, any of the 12 overseers would have triggered the same response. His hand trembled slightly as he reached for the door. He could handle this. He would just pull himself together and handle this like he'd handled everything else. He twisted the knob and stepped into the room. Raoul stood at one end of the room next to a bubbling stone fountain. The other students, 36 in all if they were all here, sat at desks in 2 large semicircles with their backs to Billy, facing the tall, white-bloused overseer. A few glanced Billy's way, but most seemed intent on whatever nugget of truth the teacher had just tossed out. Raoul eyed him. You're late. Most overseers had to restrain their pleasure. With the students, easy as it was to pound their backs with accolades or lift them from their feet in big bear hugs. But Raoul's idea of a compliment was a slight nod. Billy took a seat behind the others. Peace, my dear students, is the gateway to harmony, Raoul said, his eyes still on Billy. It is also the gateway to destruction. War and peace. Darcy, remind us of our first rule in writing. Write an extraordinary story that will leave your reader gasping, the pretty brunette said, taking liberty in paraphrasing the rules as they were all encouraged to do. The 4 rules of writing were as familiar to the students as milk was to a baby. 1. Write to discover. 2. There is no greater discovery than love. 3. All love comes. 4. Write what you will. The rules reflected the students' purpose in their studies, certainly, but even more so in their lives as a whole. They were often encouraged to substitute the word live for the word write. Live to discover, as long as discovery leads to a love that comes from the Creator. One could only write what one knew, because to write well one must know well, as the teachers said, and to know well you must live well. None of the students' other classes made much sense without writing, because in this monastery, writing was the mirror of life. Billy glanced at Darcy and saw that she looked his way. He winked at her. You leave me gasping. She smiled and he turned back to Raoul, hoping the teacher hadn't caught the exchange. That's right, Raoul said. Forget the foolish notion that there are really only a handful of stories to be told. Write new stories and new characters, embarking on grand, unique journeys with twists and turns that will leave the reader wondering. The overseer paused. Now does that sound like peace? Twists and turns. And gasping. Not really, does it? Except for the water's gurgling, the room fell silent. Students who were gazing at the lifelike murals surrounding the room brought their focus back to Raoul. Billy felt a small twinge of excitement at the base of his neck. How can there be peace unless there is first conflict? Raoul dropped the statement like a small seed into the freshly tilled ground of 37 young minds. Here, one of the students said. We could use a little more twisting and turning around here. Several chuckled. A boy to Billy's left cleared his throat, and a dozen heads turned his way. The blonde-haired boy with blue eyes had long ago earned the right to be heard. At 13, Samuel was perhaps the most accomplished student in the monastery. Besides Billy, of course. They could both discuss most subjects with any teacher on any day and do it well. At one time Billy would have considered Samuel his best friend. Birds of a feather flock together, as the old cliché said. Until a month ago. Or how can there be conflict unless there is first peace? Samuel returned, in a light, polite voice. We've always known that peace precedes conflict, that conflict disturbs the discovery of love, which is the heart of the second rule. Approval rumbled through the class. Very good, Samuel. Raoul stroked his chin. But how can you write about peace or love unless you first subject the reader to ugly conflict? Wouldn't you minimize peace by minimizing conflict? Unless the reader begins with the knowledge of peace. Why should we demonstrate peace through conflict if the reader already knows peace? Raoul nodded. But wouldn't you want to heighten the reader's understanding of peace by drawing him into conflict? Conflict can just as easily compromise peace as amplify it, Samuel said. The two volleyed as if in a tennis match. Though Raoul was 4 times Samuel's elder, the boy was no ordinary 13-year-old. Like the rest of them, he had never been beyond the monastery's walls, where the world waited with all of its compromise. They'd been sequestered their whole lives, learning of virtue and love and all that threatened both. The teachers said they had developed the intellects of adults. Yes, but such a story can amplify peace, can't it? Raoul said. It can make one's understanding of peace as vivid as the conflict. That is the point, isn't it? Makes sense to me, Dan, a short Hungarian boy, said. Billy smiled. He wasn't surprised that Raoul's argument made sense to many of the students, whose questions had grown increasingly bold this year thanks to the teachings of Marsuvi's Black. It was difficult to tell exactly where Raoul stood on the issue, however, because the overseers often taught with questions. He was either secretly laughing or sweating bullets, depending on who he really was under that Socratic mask of his. Would you need to place your hand in a fire to understand a cool breeze? Samuel asked. No, but you might appreciate a cool breeze much more after standing in the fire for a day. What is a cool breeze unless there is also heat? And why not avoid the heat altogether? Move to a milder climate, say. Or, stay out of the sun. There's no use in exposing yourself to a lot of hot air when you already have the cool truth. Raoul smiled as laughter erupted around the room. He dipped his head in respect. Yes, of course, Samuel. Well said. Well said, indeed. And I think on that note we will end our session. The students began to rise and chatter about the discussion. Billy snatched up his writing book. Billy. Raoul motioned for him to wait. As the last student filed out, Raoul donned a long brown cloak with a hood. He lifted the hood to cover his head. Having interests outside of class gives you no excuse for being late. He knew. No, not necessarily. The interests Raoul spoke of could be an innocent reference to almost anything. Unless Raoul was the masked man from the dungeons. Billy couldn't tell by the voice alone. Not distorted as it was by the mask down below. I'm sorry, sir. The teacher acknowledged the apology with a nod. But his eyes pierced Billy's conscience. Billy slipped from the room, shivering. Raoul's look had seemed too knowing, as if he meant to say, I know you've been below, boy. I know that you're going there now. The route to the dungeons took Billy back past the library into a dark hall lit only by the flaming torch that he carried. He'd been down the hall 100 times, but he'd entered the staircase only once, not 12 hours ago. The memory was fresh enough to send a chill through his bones as he approached the forbidden door. He couldn't possibly resist it. Not after his first exploration last night. The dungeon was dark and it was evil, but it was also wonderful, something he'd never dreamed of before, much less experienced. His cryptic and overcautious journey from the classroom to this remote place had taken him at least 30 minutes. No one had seen him, he was sure of it. Billy looked up and down the hall one last time, twisted the door's corroded handle, and pulled. The hinges squealed in protest. He slipped in, eased the heavy door shut, and stood breathless on the stone landing. Before him, a winding stone stairway descended into shadows that moved. In the torchlight, Billy walked to the edge of the landing, paused to still his heart, and stepped down. One step at a time. A single question echoed through his skull. Was the monk here? Billy assumed the masked man was a monk, having narrowed his identity down to 3 possibilities. If he was right, this person who'd lured him here earlier was either Raoul, the head overseer whose class he left not half an hour ago, or the director himself, David Abraham. Both were the right height. Both had low bass voices. Both spoke with the same accent and used similar verbiage. Whomever it was, Billy took comfort in knowing that he wasn't the instigator of this dark sin. And he had no illusion that what he was doing was anything less than evil. 13 years under the tutelage of a dozen kind and faithful monks had made their intended impression. He did indeed know the difference between good and evil, love and hate, obedience and sin. And this, monks did their best to shield him from the truth of his nature, but his God-given desire to explore had won the battle. Never mind that his decision might cost him the war. The last thought surprised him. He was in a war between good and evil, and what lay ahead was evil, wasn't it? Yes, it had to be. And yet, if Marsubi's black was right, he was destined to explore it. Billy descended slowly, aware now of the flame's faint crackle. He eased off the last stair and stepped into the lower level's 10 by 12 vestibule. The black door that led into the dungeons was open. He was sure he'd closed. Hello, Billy. He spun with a whoosh of flame. A tall hooded man emerged from the corner shadows, face obscured by the shiny black mask. The room smelled mossy and wet. Billy felt an urge to run back up the stairs and slammed the door shut on whoever hid in the brown cloak. But he couldn't. The tunnels on the other side of the black door called. Billy swallowed. Are you Raoul? Who I am is of no concern to you. What I offer you, on the other hand, is. I take it you went in last night. Billy didn't answer. How far did you get? Just inside the door. I see you found the desk. It was the only piece of furniture outside the 6 tunnel entrances. How the man knew he'd spent some time at the desk was beyond him. Yes. Billy saw the extinguished lamp hanging from the sconce beside the masked man. He must have entered through the tunnels, using that torch. But how did he know Billy would be here at this time? Today you'll go into the tunnels. I don't know. You must. If you weren't meant to enter these tunnels, they wouldn't be available for you, now would they? The musty smell seemed to enter Billy's head, prompting him to agree. The tunnels were like a drug, and his desire to enter them had kept him awake all night. He'd fought the urge to come down here since the first time he found the note in his locker urging him to do so, nearly 3 months ago. The dungeons contained discoveries wildly beyond any child's imagination. The note said, and the children had been brought to the monastery with those discoveries in mind. It was only a matter of time before each had an opportunity to enter and experience. Billy turned toward the black doors. How many tunnels are there? Too many to count. How deep do they go? No response. Billy faced him. Why do you want me to go in? And why won't you show yourself to me? I won't show myself to you because this is a secret matter. We're made for. As I've said, it is why you were brought here in the first place. The only question is whether you have what it takes to fulfill your purpose. The odor from the open door grew stronger. Billy wasn't sure what power the monk meant, but he'd felt enough last night to make his skin tingle with excitement. For the first time in his life, he had felt himself. Truly himself. Could that be evil? Billy stepped toward the door and peered in. Nothing had changed. Same damp cobblestones, same tall arching walls, same small desk off to the right. Same 6 tunnels, gaping black beyond. Go deeper, Billy. And remember what I told you about Marsuvi's black. Marsuvi's black. And what was that? The tunnels seemed to suck him toward their yawning mouths with a magnetic force. Oh yes. He remembered what the man had told him about Marsuvi's black. That the teacher was closer to truth than any of the others. That Billy must consider Black's teaching on exploring the furthest reaches of good and evil. Billy took one last look at the cloaked man and then stepped into the forbidden dungeon. The door closed with a thunk behind him. Almost immediately the musty odor went to work on his mind, dimming or accentuating or what, he didn't know, but time seemed to stall. It was a lovely feeling. After an indiscernible amount of hazy deliberation, Billy decided that of the 6 primary tunnels he should enter the tunnel to his far right first, maybe because he was right-handed. Or maybe because the torch flamed in his right hand, dispelling more shadows there. He wasn't even sure why it mattered. He only knew that he had to enter one of these tunnels, and he had to do it now, before his chest burst. Billy approached the tunnel slowly, torch arm extended. The flames lapped at the wall's moss-covered stones. Moisture seeped through the rock and dripped unevenly on the cobblestones, sending echoes down the black hall. He swallowed, set his right foot through the entry, and glanced back at the small desk where he'd stopped last night. Don't be a weasel, Billy. Billy entered the forbidden tunnel. He crept forward, one short step at a time, scanning the walls with peeled eyes. A cool draft kissed his cheeks. How deep was this thing? Go deeper, Billy. He'd taken about 10 steps when he first saw the pink pipe running along the wall to his right. It was roughly 4 inches in diameter, and it ran for 10 feet before tapering to a head. The pipe moved. Billy yelped and sprang back, striking his elbow on the wall. His cry echoed down the tunnel. The pipe bunched slowly, like an accordion, then stretched out and slid forward, and then paused. Rubbing his elbow, Billy glanced back and saw not moss but another worm. Resting on the opposite wall. He leapt to safety and waved his light in an arch. No fewer than a dozen. Worms inched along the tunnel's walls and ceiling, each trailing a thick band of milky mucus. It smelled like old damp socks. For several long minutes he remained rooted to the floor, quaking, gripping the torch with both hands. But the worms didn't threaten him, and his courage returned. The gargantuan worms expanded and contracted silently past him, seemingly on a mission to nowhere. Like the worms of hell in the Gospel according to Mark. Worms that do not die. Those worms would grow to this size, he thought. But they seemed harmless enough. He walked deeper. Yards. A mile. Had it been constructed by human hands? It seemed more likely to him that this forbidden tunnel hidden below the monastery where they'd all been raised to love virtue was nothing less than a shaft into the heart of darkness itself. And he was the lone warrior sent out to defeat that darkness. But that was rubbish. Even through the fog that clouded his mind, he knew that much, or at least suspected it. Billy stopped and breathed deep. The intoxicating smell filled his mind with flowers, so to speak. It squeezed his heart with warmth. He looked at a large worm on his right, slithering through the translucent mucus. It struck him with sudden clarity that the odor was coming from the worms, not the tunnel itself. A smattering of gel plopped to the ground 2 feet in front of his shoes. Seemed harmless. He bent down, touched it with his forefinger. Like thick oil or thin Vaseline. He brought it to his nose. His sense of well-being blossomed. Odd. Billy wiped the stuff on one of the few dry stones at his feet and resumed his push, deeper. He walked for a short time in numb contentedness until a large iron gate broke the wall on his right. What was this? He shifted the torch into his left hand and approached it. The gate was made of iron bars, long ago rusted and covered in moss. By his torch's light he could make out a dusty earth floor and the faint outline of furniture beyond. Billy raised a hand to the iron gate. A sudden scurrying startled him and he withdrew his hand. An obscenely large rat ran from the room, through Billy's spread legs, and down the hall, where it disappeared. Billy pushed against the bars. The gate opened with a screech. That was easy. Easy peasy. He stepped forward on weak legs. His torch flooded the room with yellow light, revealing 3 walls filled with antique hangings. Paintings that looked European and of historical figures he didn't recognize. Candle holders made of corroded metals and some woods. Masks. More masks than he could count at the moment. The kind he envisioned at a masquerade ball in Venice, though he'd only seen pictures. Weapons were mounted on one of the walls. Chains with nasty spiked balls. Large pointed mallets, double-edged swords, helmets with slits for eyes. Billy approached the wall and ran his hand along several of the weapons. Why such simple displays of antiquity pleased him as much as they did, he couldn't guess. Maybe it was the setting. The sludge. But every surface his finger touched seemed to be magical. Surely forces hid deep in every angle, every form, every shape, every color in this room. Or, at the least, in his imagination, which was being pried wide open. In one corner stood a skeleton, one of those he'd seen in museum picture books. Beside the skeleton was an open wardrobe filled with costumes, presumably to go with the masks. Long black trench coats and flashy silver belts and broad-brimmed hats. Boots. Billy looked at the wall of masks again. He was sure the monk had been here. After some time, Billy left the room and headed deeper. Another room dawned on his right, this one empty except for some large, rusted chests and shelves filled with small bottles. The milky contents of some bottles looked like the worm sludge but could just as easily be dirty water. Fascinating, But there was more. He could feel it. He walked on. He couldn't walk forever, naturally. He had to find a place to rest. Not that his feet were tired, but his mind was overloaded and groggy with satisfaction. A third room loomed on his right. Once again he pulled the gate open, at ease now with the squeal it made. The scene illuminated by the belly. On his right, a bookshelf rose to the stone cavern ceiling, stacked with scores of books. Directly ahead, two matching chairs flanked a large, dusty Queen Anne sofa. A large boar head glared from the wall above the sofa, its long, dirty tusks jutting from an angry snarl. A wagon wheel chandelier hovered above an antique desk on his left. He'd found a study, carved here in the subterranean corridors. Billy walked to the bookshelf and lifted the torch to reveal the titles. A thin film of dust covered the books, and he ran his finger down one of the spines. Antonio's Ball. He pulled the volume out and flipped it open. Old English. Huh. He smiled and blew along the spines. Dust puffed into the air. They were all old titles he'd never heard of before. Except one. Moby Dick by Melville. He backed to the center of the room and turned in a circle. Fascinating. Even more than the room of art and theater, this study seemed to glow with mystery and magic. Why was this place forbidden? Because evil resided here. According to whom? It seemed to him that the director himself would encourage the students to explore these magical halls. What harm was there in a little milky worm sludge? It occurred to Billy then, standing in the middle of the small study below the monastery's foundation, that he had to bring someone else down here. Billy turned to the desk and approached its tall, wooden chair. Several dust-covered books lay on one side, similar to the book he found last night on the desk outside the tunnels. That one was blank. Probably journals. The quill and inkwell looked surprisingly fresh. He set his torch in an iron sconce and sat on the sofa. This was a place of mold and moss and dripping water and massive worms. It was a heaven of mystery and books and art and, well, he couldn't describe it exactly, but he could feel it. Billy laid his head back and smiled. He could sit here in dumb pleasure for the rest of his life. Andrew Jackman hurried down the dim hall, panting from the climb up through the monastery's innumerable stairs. Flames licked at the rock walls on both sides, one torch every 20 feet. Parts of the monastery were powered by electricity, but they wasted their precious light in none of the halls. An electric light bulb was far less expensive to keep lit than an oil torch, but that would mean upgrading the monastery, and upgrading wasn't a priority for David. Besides, it increased their risk of exposure. David Abraham would never risk exposure. The number of people who knew of this mountain's secret could be counted on one page, and all went to great lengths to keep it that way. The fact that the large monastery was carved out of a wedge-shaped canyon no more than 20 meters wide at the top aided them in keeping its existence unnoticed, but even the best camouflage had its flaws. The school could be found, if one knew where to look. Today the risk of their discovery had grown. No, not only of being found. Worse. Andrew rounded a corner, hefted his robe with one hand to give his feet more room, and broke into a run. He always knew that the project could fail, yes, but he'd given a dozen years of his life to the hope that it wouldn't. Now, the entire project teetered on the precipice of failure. Why? Because one boy had defied them all. He reached the tall door that led to the director's study and banged hard. David, come. He shoved the handle down and pushed the door in. Light streamed in from the large windows that faced the west, out of the canyon. David Abraham looked up from his large ironwood desk. A 10 by 10 foot map over a thick cross-section cut from a redwood. 8 leather chairs surrounded it. We have a problem, Andrew said. The director leaned back in his chair and tapped his hand with his pencil. And what would that be? How should he say this? David might be unshakable, but Andrew had little Doubt the news would send an earthquake through his bones. Billy's entered the dungeons. David stared at him. Andrew walked in. He's down there now. How do you know? He entered the staircase 2 hours ago and he hasn't emerged. That doesn't necessarily mean he's entered the tunnels. Of course he has. We both know that. We have to put a stop to it. He's not the only one who's been showing curiosity in the dark side lately. I've warned against this. I demand we put a stop to it. Immediately. David set down his pen. No. He was a big man, more than 6 feet, and powerful. His blonde hair rested on broad shoulders, which were covered by a brown hooded cloak. When he wasn't wearing billowing white shirts and black slacks, he favored the common dress of the teachers. It had been his insistence that they wear clothing befitting of a monastery, as he put it. But in Andrew's eyes he looked more like a Viking than a monk. Not that David pretended to be a monk. He was a world-renowned collector of antiquities and a professor of... I said no. David stood. He glanced out the window at black storm clouds gathering in the valley near the canyon. We knew this moment would come. Don't overreact. We knew. I certainly didn't know. I feared, but it was never a foregone conclusion. This wasn't part of the plan. Andrew was taken aback by the director's lack of outrage. How could the prospect of failure not ruin him? The storm clouds always eventually come, David said. We always knew. The children would be tested. The only question is how they will weather the storm. Billy's failed already, by going in. The subterranean tunnels will ruin him. The director stared at him without speaking for a few seconds. His jaw-line bunched with tightened muscles. Or give him the kind of power that you and I only dream about. Project SHOWDOWN had been a highly controversial concept from the beginning. Its stated purpose was appealing enough to attract some of the world's best educated and pious men of faith, but if the less discerning public knew what was happening here in this mountain, they might cry foul. Even David's decision, however reluctantly made, to exclude female teachers and thereby any maternal influence in the monastery would come under fire. But in David's mind, single-mindedness of the male teachers was paramount. It was a monastery after all, not a college. Andrew agreed. The proposal that Dr. Abraham sent out to a select group of clergy was simple. Harvard University was conducting a closely guarded and somewhat speculative examination of faith and human nature. The study sought to test the limits of mankind's capacity to affect nature through faith. In simple terms, Project SHOWDOWN meant to discover the extent to which a man could indeed move mountains metaphorically or materially through faith. A showdown of faith and natural laws, so to speak. Put another way, the experiment was nothing less than an attempt to test the speculation that a noble savage, a child unspoiled by the rampant effects of evil in society, struggling only with the evil within themselves, might be taught skills that the rest of humanity could not learn. Certainly spiritual skills, perhaps, even physical skills. If a person had no reason to doubt, and as such possessed unadulterated faith, they surely would be able to wield the power of their faith to humankind's advantage. There was one problem, of course. Noble savages did not roam the streets of America or any other country in droves. So David Abraham intended to rear the noble savages from birth. He took possession of this ancient Jesuit monastery hidden deep in the Colorado mountains and spent millions of dollars transforming it into an ideal setting for his study. He then selected 37 orphans, most from disadvantaged parts of Europe, and arranged for them to be brought to the monastery, where they would be raised in community under specific guidelines. A lone child would not do because the children would be required to enter society one day, a prospect that could render them useless unless they had grown up in a functioning, if different, society of their own. Perhaps the most important element in the study were the teachers. 12 monks and priests had each agreed to a 4-year commitment, but most remained after they were free to go home. The money paid to their families and various charities only partially justified their commitments. Their desire to see the effects of a noble savage's faith was motivation enough for most of them. For nearly 12 years they carefully taught each child in the ways of truth, virtue, and faith, and they meticulously recorded every move of every child. Other than morning prayers, conducted before breakfast, the faith was stripped of liturgy and focused on simple teachings from both Old and New Testaments. Religious, doctrinal jargon in particular had been abandoned. Naturally, they faced many challenges. Arguments, jealousy, hurt feelings. Of one kind or another. But without the smothering influence of a world swimming in faithlessness, the children had matured remarkably well. There had been no overt acts of rebellion. Until now. Andrew believed David had always kept secrets. He walked with the air of a man plagued by more than the eyes could see. His understated reaction, fall from grace. A power we only dream of. David averted his eyes. We can't rescue him, Andrew. We've poured our lives into him and we've taught him the way of faith and virtue, but he must choose. Then the end may be upon us. David walked to a large bookcase lined with hundreds of cloth-bound volumes. 2 masks rested on one of the shelves, one black and one white, signifying the basic struggle between good and evil faced by every man and woman and child who lived. The director's eyes lingered on the black mask before returning to Andrew. His eyes revealed deep emotion, whether fear or concern or resolve, Andrew couldn't tell. It's the power of the children's choice that we're after, isn't it? David said. The power that resides deep in those spirits is staggering. But only when it is tested will we see that power. They've been tested, 1,000 times. Tested. Not really. Not the way they will be now. Andrew paced, hands on hips. David made sense, but not enough to satisfy him. The tunnels had always been a mystery to the teachers, but from what Andrew knew, they were filled with evil. Raw evil. David repeatedly stated that the tunnels would dramatically alter the life of anyone who entered. The dungeons were off limits to all. Andrew faced David. What precisely will Billy face down there? I certainly have the right to know that much. David studied him, and for a moment Andrew thought he would break. You'll know soon enough. Know this, the tunnels will open the mind. The heart. He tapped his chest. The will. This is where the battle resides, and this is where true power waits. His vague answers were maddening. It's rather strange that this occurs a week after the departure of Marsuvies. Black. No response. The monk from the deserts of Nevada claimed to have lived there in isolation for 3 years. David preferred clergy that had lived in solitude, he said. They had the character required for this confining assignment. But Marsuvies Black didn't strike Andrew as a monk who'd spent 3 years alone. He seemed more like a one-man Vegas show who had finished his penance in the desert and was reclaiming the glory of his previous life. After 9 months, he began to act strangely and was given to outbursts and wild discourses on relativism and man's free will. When David reined him in, Marsuvies withdrew almost completely. Then, without warning, he left the monastery. Not that I'm accusing him, mind you. I would expect to see him twisting the ear of some poor parish somewhere, not plotting to affect Billy's good sense. But maybe his departure has undermined Billy's confidence in us. Marsuvies was rather outspoken about free will and grace. For all we know, he told Billy to go down there. The monk's unscheduled departure caused a stir among the staff. Never had a teacher left without fulfilling his 4-year commitment. Where he'd gone was of considerable concern, but the project had little contact with the outside world, and information was scarce. The closest town was a small pit stop called Paradise, which in theory could provide a link to society beyond the electronic communications that the director reserved for himself. But even when the teachers left the monastery for brief reprieves, contact with this town was strictly prohibited. It was simply too close to risk any interaction. David didn't seem interested in pursuing this tangent on Marsuvi's black. What if the rebellion spreads? Andrew asked. Others have been questioning as well. What if Billy challenges the rules in an open debate? No response. The debate was by design the proverbial apple that David had set before them all. If any student was able to challenge the principles that governed the monastery and win the majority support of the other students, all existing rules would be subject to that student's interpretation until another clear majority overturned him or her. David had ultimately placed the whole project in the hands of children. The rules guided them, but they had authority to determine the rules. If this incident spiraled out of control, the whole monastery could be run by Billy. It would be a disaster. Then again, Billy was the project. He and the other 36 students. We do have risk, David finally said. But the others aren't questioning. Like Billy has been. Risk. You don't throw a child in the pit of death and refer to it as risk. The pit of death, as you call it, resides in them. They were born with it. David stretched his arm out and pointed at the monastery wall. Do you think Billy wasn't born evil? This study isn't about protecting them from evil, but teaching them as children to overcome it in the way Christ did. He lowered his arm, face pink from his outburst. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Should we avoid the valley of death? No. We walk through it and conquer it and then turn back and face it without fear. For the joy set before him, Christ endured the cross. That's what we are doing, Andrew. I've given my life to that, not to false piety. You're suggesting that to be genuine conquerors they must face the horrors of evil. I'm suggesting that the horrors of sin will only be flushed out of hiding when the power of faith confronts them. Should we sin so that grace may abound? Andrew demanded. The children already face evil in their own hearts, as you say. I don't see the value in subjecting them to the pit of hell itself. Withdrew a large ancient Bible, and dropped it on a reading table beside the bookcase. He tapped the cover pointedly. Tell me why the gospel writers gave us so much detail about the passion of Christ. Never mind, I'll tell you, so that we wouldn't forget his suffering. How dare a child of God look away from the pain of evil? Doing so undermines the grace that conquers that evil. Of course we don't sin for the sake of grace, but neither do we sweep evil under a rug and pretend it doesn't exist. The consequence of evil must be faced by the students if we have any hope of success here. Andrew knew that the director was right, but he couldn't help throwing out one last sentimental argument. But they are only children. What if they don't conquer? What if they are conquered? These students have been capable of abstract thoughts since age 10, sooner. In many cases, they know how to question good and evil. Billy has chosen the time, not we. And if they are conquered, so be it. It is out of our hands. Now is the time for more prayer, not interference. Our future is in God's hands. I agree, but God has given us responsibility for the students. Our hands matter too, and our hands are tied. David said, I suggest we double the morning prayer times and leave Billy's heart to God. The finality in his tone silenced Andrew. David strode to his desk, picked up an 8x10 photograph of his son, Samuel, who was among those students, and looked at the smiling face. The room stilled to the sound of their breathing. The connection between David and Samuel had always been a source of profound respect for Andrew. At times like this, he felt oddly compelled to remove his gaze and leave the father to his thoughts, but today he watched. Love, respect, remorse. No, not remorse. I don't know, sir. David laid the frame down and set a brisk pace toward the door. If you see him, tell him I'm looking for him. Yes, sir. David left. Chapter 4, Paradise. Wednesday afternoon. Johnny peered out the front window, down the street, where half a dozen people gathered around Cecil on the bench. The kitchen phone clattered into the cradle behind him. Gotta go, his mother said. They want me to take him to Junction. Johnny dropped the curtain. Sally swept up some papers from the counter and grabbed a light. Windbreaker. They say a bad storm is hitting Montrose, headed north. Don't worry, I'll be back by dark. You have to listen to me, Mom. Stop it, Johnny. This is crazy. You live in those comics and games, and God help me, you can't come in here and tell me you saw someone kill Cecil by poking his eyes out. I didn't imagine the stranger. He was real. If I didn't imagine the man, what makes you think I imagined what he did? Sally closed her eyes and took a breath. Eyes open. Cecil had his own eyes, Johnny. I saw them myself. Blue eyes, not black eyes. How could the stranger poke his eyes out if Cecil still has them? Good point. If I'm right, Cecil had a heart attack. She used a gentle tone now. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped, but you have to see how crazy this sounds, right? She plucked the ambulance keys from the hutch. The mind can do strange things when it is under a lot of stress. Right, I guess. Can't someone else take him? No, this is what I'm paid for. She smoothed his hair, then pulled his head against her shoulder. Come on, Johnny, everything's fine. I know you were close to Cecil. It has to hurt. I'm sorry. We'll all miss him. He didn't know what to do, so he just stood still. You'll be okay, she said, pulling back. Sure. But he wasn't sure. Not at all. The image of the man in black jabbing Cecil in the eyes refused to budge from his mind. I'll call you from Junction. Sally ruffled his hair and stepped toward the door. There's food in the refrigerator. We're out of milk, maybe you could get some from the store for me. Okay. What did I say? Get milk. She smiled. Maybe you should do something to occupy your mind. Clean your room. Can I come with you? She shook her head. State regs. I'll be back tonight, I promise. He nodded. And you might want to keep the bit about the eyes to yourself. Sally let the screen door slam and ran across the lawn toward the crowd. 5 minutes later she pulled the red Bronco turned ambulance onto Main Street and headed for Junction. Johnny sighed and retreated to his room to let his nerves settle. But they didn't settle so quick. Not for an hour. He had to get out. I don't care what you think, Katie, Paula Smither said, staring down the California blonde with her best angry eyes. He's a man of God, not some sex object. Who said anything about sex? I said he was handsome. They're a sin against that. They lounged in Katie's nails and tan, and honestly Paula didn't know why she subjected herself to Katie's nonstop crap. Forgive the thought, Reverend. She sat in one of the dryer chairs, which was a bit small for her, but Chrissy and Mary had already taken the yellow vinyl guest seats. Katie was pouring a cup of coffee by the sales counter. The town's only official salon was hardly large enough to turn around in, and more gossip than styling went on in it. Most men went to Clipper Dan, the town's local barber. The women mostly went to Martha or Beatrice, who both cut hair out of their homes. Paula wondered how she'd ended up with this crowd. Katie put the coffee pot down and turned. Were you born this way? Meaning what? But Paula knew what Katie meant. You live to make everyone else's life miserable. So what if I think the preacher's good looking? Good looking. I think the word you used was hot. Okay. Hot then. You didn't think he's hot. Of course not. He's a preacher, for heaven's sake. Chrissy grinned. Just what we need around here. A hot preacher. Fire and brimstone, Mary said. You ever date a preacher? Not yet, Katie said with a wink. Katie was digging for a comeback. Paula refused. This was their regular nonsense, and Katie's latest cutting remark stuck in Paula's mind. Born to make everyone else's life miserable. Not everyone, Katie, just you. Only those who need it. At least that's what Paula tried to tell herself. But was that how the others saw her? The goody-goody who walked around making everyone else's life miserable. The ugly, fat prude who compensated for her own failures by making sure others were fully aware of theirs. Was there truth to that? Think about it, Katie was saying. Cecil kicked the bucket this afternoon. And people are more interested in Chris's wart. What does that tell you? You watch, that church will be packed tonight. And they won't be there for Cecil's funeral. Hello, ladies. Paula hadn't heard the door open. There in the frame stood Marsuvi's long black trench coat sucked back by the wind. They stared as one. He tipped his Stetson hat. Lovely afternoon. He grinned. God is merciful, and kind and full of hope and grace. Putting 4 such lovely women on this earth is all the evidence I need. Katie smiled. Good afternoon, preacher. She glided to him and held out her hand. My name's Katie. He took the hand. Thank you. I assume I'll see you in the church tonight. Of course. Black's eyes moved to Chrissy and Mary. He winked. It wasn't the kind of wink that was necessarily sensual. Perhaps just a father-to-son kind of wink. Then again, Paula couldn't be sure. His eyes settled on her. It was the first time his deep blue eyes had stared into her own, and she found the attention unnerving. Katie's remarks may have been inappropriate, but her friend was right. Black was handsome, beautiful, intoxicating. She felt completely flustered by his stare and desperately wanted to break off, but he seemed to have a hold on her. The realization only made it worse. Black stepped past Katie and strode across the room, eyes fixed on Paula. He stopped in front of her and held out his hand. She started to lift her hand to him before she realized what she was doing. And by then it was too late to stop without looking like a fool. His fingers gently took hers. He bent and kissed them lightly, letting his warm lips rest on her knuckles for a beat more than she thought necessary. When he straightened, she could feel his hot breath on the back of her hand. He hesitated, looking to her fingers, and for a brief moment she thought he was thinking about licking them. Paula blinked away the thought, horrified that it had passed through her mind. Black pulled her in with his blue gaze again. And what is your name, my dear? Paula, she said in a light voice. Paula, Paula, Paula. He seemed to be tasting her name. Such a beautiful name. Black withdrew his other hand from his pocket, fingers closed in a fist. Have you ever been anointed with oil, Paula? He opened his hand. A gel-like substance filled his palm. Oil, she presumed. It smelled odd, stale and musty. What he thought he was going to do with this smudge he called oil, she wasn't sure, but she wasn't about to be anointed or anything. Black lifted his hand and applied it to her head, as if smoothing her hair back. I anoint you with oil. As a sign of my purity to all who see you, a light shall shine from you. Black removed his hand from her head and said so that none of the others could hear, you are lovely, dear Paula. Your purity is a light on a hill for all to admire. For a long moment he held her eyes. Then he walked toward the door. He turned and smiled at all of them. Thank you for such a warm welcome. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other tonight, but now I have to gather the flock. Make the rounds, so to speak. Ladies. He tipped his hat again and was gone. Paula. Katie was staring at her head. She lifted her hand to feel the spot on her head where Black had rubbed his hand. Was that bleach? Mary asked. Paula's hair was moist. She pulled her fingers away, smelled them. Same. Musty smell. What? She asked absently. Your hair's white, Katie said. He have bleach in his hand. She crossed the salon in 2 steps. Bleach couldn't do that, not that quick. Paula faced the mirror behind her. A streak of white hair ran from her forehead back toward her crown, where Then Katie had her hands on Paula's head and was examining her hair up Close. That's no color, Paula. And if it is bleach, it is no bleach I've seen. Anything that strong would have burned your hair. Paula pushed her away. Her head was tingling. For a while they all stared at her in silence. She felt oddly satisfied by the boldness of this one white streak where she parted her dark brown hair, slightly to the right. What was it he had said? A light of purity for everyone to see. It occurred to her that she hated the man. He'd forced this anointing of his on her without consent, and she was quite sure that the streak wouldn't wash out. Black was trouble, more than any of them could guess. Then why wasn't she fuming with rage? Why was she just looking at her hair in the mirror, thinking that it looked quite good? And she was the purest of this bunch, that was no secret. He's the devil, Paula said. Well, he sure has a strange way of showing it, Katie said. Paula, Chapter 5, Paradise. Wednesday night. The Paradise Episcopal Church was packed to the gills by 6:45 Wednesday evening. Stanley Jordan scanned the restless crowd from the door that led to the baptismal. People milled in the aisles, leaned over pews swatting at each other playfully, snapped at children. They had come out of the woodwork, dressed in jeans and muddy boots. Some wearing cowboy hats, others packing holsters. Goodness, who did they think this man was? Wyatt Earp. Some of the community's more influential residents were dressed for church, in coats and ties and dresses and the whole bit. Well, good for them. Showing the house of God a little respect never hurt anyone. He stared out at his congregation, which had been turned inside out by this preacher who claimed to be sent by God. Marsuvi's Black claimed God pulled his car off the road and told him to bring grace and hope to paradise. The problem was, God didn't speak to people like that anymore. Maybe he used to Abraham or Moses or the Apostle Paul, but not now, and certainly not here in Paradise, Colorado. In Paradise, God spoke through Sunday services and potluck and bingo. God spoke through community, even communities like this one, which looked like it might split at the seams. He held out a hand to Blitzer's boy, Matthew. Whoa, slow down there, son. The kid ignored him and ran past, then down the far aisle, yelping like a native. Coming apart at the seams. Thank God he was leaving for a quarterly board meeting in the morning. He could use a break from this bunch. He stepped toward the platform. This was his church. He didn't care if the Pope himself. Okay. Feedback squealed through the auditorium. He flinched and backed off. Of the 200 men, women, and children stuffed into the church, fewer than half turned their attention to the podium, feedback and all. Is this better? Okay. Let's settle down, folks. The clock on the back wall reads 6:59. Black planned to arrive at 7 o'clock sharp. Stan, the preacher had said. I'll be here and you can bet your pension on that. For starters, no one called him Stan. His name was Stanley. He didn't care if Black didn't know. He hadn't liked the flash in Black's eyes when he said Stan, standing there on the church steps like he owned the place. Let's have some quiet here. His voice rang across the sanctuary. Most of the adults complied, hushing at the sound of his deep voice. Nancy once told him his voice was commanding. Like a general's voice. He lifted a hand to the crowd. Let's take our seats, friends. A flurry of movement across the room signaled their obedience. Within 10 seconds most of the flock faced him attentively, waiting for his next words. Most, but not all. Small, scattered groups yammered on as if his request meant nothing at all to them. These were the unchurched, uneducated, unchurched heathens. You have to either beat them over the head with a tire iron to get their attention, or ignore them entirely. How could a man just waltz into town and have these sheep eating out of his hands so easily? Black had supposedly pulled off this miracle of his in Steve's bar, but that wouldn't account for such a crowd, would it? On any other day the seasoned farmers sitting in the pews would scoff at such a tale. But not today. Today they had flocked here to see more. It made no sense. He glanced down at Chris Ingalls. The man had run around town like a plucked goose, showing off that stupid ear of his. Jordan didn't know how it was that Chris had grown and lost a wart, but there had to be some trick to it. The man sat there with an open mouth, like an idiot. If Chris came to my door looking like that, I might want to check things out too. The man's flipped his lid. Stanley Jordan smiled on, showing none of the anger that rose in him. Okay, people. The baptismal door on his right swung open, and before he could say another word, the scene before him changed. For starters, every eye jerked to his right and stared wide, as if an apparition of the Virgin Mary had just lit the wall. And with the shifting of eyes came a sudden and complete silence. Black had arrived. Jordan turned his head to the right, aware that his mouth still lay open, readied to deliver its blow to the heathens. Marsuvi's Black stood in the doorway dressed in black. Jordan's tongue dried up. Goodness gracious, he's the devil. He shut his mouth and swallowed. Black's deep blue eyes slowly scanned the crowd. His feet were spread wide, his hands hung loosely like a man ready to draw. When the preacher's eyes reached Jordan, they stopped and stared for a long moment. And then his mouth lifted into a smile. A preacher smile, Jordan thought. The man stepped toward the platform. Jordan cleared his throat, scrambled for words. Ah, thank you, he said. Feedback screamed through the sanctuary again. He winced. Ah, thank you. Thank you for what? Compose yourself, man. Sorry. He grinned stupidly. Let's all give Minister Black a round of applause. Mr. Minister. He stepped away from the pulpit and began to clap as Black took the stage, beaming that plastic devil smile of his. Marsuvi's Black stepped up to the pulpit and spread through the building. Black absorbed it, spreading his arms like a rock star at the end of a show. A cool wind from the air conditioner lifted thin wisps of black hair off his shoulders. Thank you, Black finally said. His bass voice rumbled over the crowd. Thank you very much. He raised a hand and the sanctuary fell silent. Funny thing happened this afternoon, Black said. I was driving my 83 Buick along the highway, thinking how good it was to be alive on God's beautiful green earth, wondering where I should go, when my engine locked up, right out there by the sign that says, Paradise 2 miles. And then I heard God's voice speak clear and loud. Go to paradise, he said. Black drew a 2 in the air. Bring grace and hope to the lost town of Paradise, he said. 83 Buick, huh? That's not what Chris Ingalls said. Steve Smither sat on the front row, leaning forward in his seat. His wife, Paula, sat stiff like a board. There was an unattractive white streak in her hair, undoubtedly one of Katie's experiments. Steve had served as a deacon since Jordan suggested he take the post 2 years ago. Paula had run the Sunday school program for, 3 years now. She had a heart for the children. Claude Bowers sat down the bench from Steve. Now there was a leader. Big, conservative, and quiet, but when he did speak, people listened. Except for Katie, of course. Funny how he ended up with Katie, who didn't have a conservative bone in her body. Big Claude and beautiful Katie. Jordan thought all of this on the fly, in the same way all preachers think 1,000 thoughts on the fly while looking out at their congregations. Black lowered his voice a notch and continued. So here I am, my friends. Here I am. And I assure you not one of you will remain unchanged when we're through here. How do we know what kind of power you really have? Steve asked. His voice rumbled through the silence. Black did not respond. Or if it is really real. Someone else shouted. This time a chorus of that's rights and amens filled the room. Good. As Jordan knew they would, Most of his people weren't buying Black's nonsense. "Shut your worthless traps," Black bit off. Not loudly, but distinctly and with a slight quaver. The words took the breath out of the room. And consider it a warning, because the man of God can only take so much. Doubt. Silence. Black softened. "Chris Ingalls, rise." Chris jumped to his feet. "Show them your ear." Ingalls jerked his right ear forward and those closest to him strained for a view. "You had a wart behind your ear?" Black asked. "Yes. And now it is gone, isn't that right?" "That's right." Black put both hands on the podium and studied the congregation. "Stick out your tongue, Chris." Chris blinked, as if he hadn't heard right. "Go on, son. Stick out your tongue for everyone to see." Chris hesitated, then thrust his tongue out. Jordan leaned to his right for a better view. Gasps filled the pews nearest Chris, who jerked his hand to his mouth and felt his tongue. "Ah." Chris jerked his hand away. "Ah. He's got a huge wart on his tongue," someone blurted. Cries of alarm filled the auditorium. "What's happened?" Chris slurred, and Jordan wondered how large this supposed wart was. "Shut up. Sit down." Chris was feeling his tongue again. "What?" "I said shut up. Sit down." Chris dropped to his seat. "What I give, I can take, see." Black let that settle in. Jordan was sure the preacher hadn't actually healed Chris. Now he had his proof. He should be standing about now and confronting Black head on. But he didn't. Dozens of yeses came at once. "Good. Now, when I say that I've come to bring grace and hope, I may mean something altogether different than what you think. My kind of grace and hope is full of life, my friends. A real trip. Not that you have to agree with my definitions of these two most holy words. I'm not here to ram anything down your throats, no sir. But we're on dangerous ground here, and I strongly suggest you pay attention." Black walked to his right where a pewter goblet that he'd requested sat on the altar. No bread or crackers, just a goblet filled with wine. For communion, he'd said. Jordan had filled the goblet with grape juice. "Before we learn how grace and hope will change your lives," Black said, lifting the goblet, "we're going to remember." He held the cup out. "Remember how things were before grace and hope came to town." He sniffed the contents, paused for a moment, then seemed to accept Jordan's insubordination and walked back to the pulpit. The man held the cup just below the pulpit. He was wiping his fingers on the edge of the goblet as if. Jordan leaned forward with surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, Black was wiping a gel-like substance into the goblet. What on earth did the man think he was doing? Surely he didn't expect anyone to actually drink. Unless he was poisoning them. Black plunged his hand into the cup, causing some of the grape juice to spill at his feet. He swirled his fingers around a few times, then extracted his hand and flicked juice from his. "Who you think?" Black brought his hands together with a thunderclap. He lifted his right hand for all to see. There in his palm sat a large red apple. No goblet. Jordan groped for his seat. "Do you remember?" Black asked the congregation, ignoring Jordan. "First, there was an apple, the fruit of pleasure. All was good. Do you remember?" Stony silence. "Do you remember, Stan?" Black snapped without turning. "Yes." The question and his own response caught Jordan off guard. Black tossed the red apple into the air. And then there came. When he caught the apple, it wasn't an apple. It was a brown snake. "The snake," Black said. A gasp filled the room. Some shouts of alarm. Black held the 3-foot snake by its midsection as the serpent lifted its head, testing the air with a long flickering tongue. "But we know what happened to the snake, don't we?" Slick as a magician, Black slid his hand to the reptile's tail and cracked the snake like a whip. Crack. The blurred snake became a rigid object roughly 2 feet in height. A dark, wooden cross. The snake was defeated. The congregation was evidently too stunned to react this time. You could stuff an apple up the sleeve. You could hide a snake past the cuff. But not this hefty cross. And that defeat gave us the fruit of the vine once again. Black slammed the cross against the pulpit, where it vanished in a horrendous crash. Wobbling on the surface was an apple, which he held up for all to see. The same red apple he'd started with. Do you remember? Black called out. With his free hand, he lifted the goblet of grape juice. Jordan hadn't seen it reappear. He held the apple above the goblet and squeezed it. The fruit compressed like a sponge, and juice flowed into the cup. Black opened a dry hand for all to see. Apple gone. He lifted the cup high. Do this in remembrance. The congregation responded in an indistinct, astounded chorus. Drink from this cup, the hope of my gospel. Black paced, goblet extended to all. Drink, Chris. Drink, my friend. Show them. Chris hesitated only a brief second before stumbling into the aisle and hurrying to the front. He took the goblet from Black and waited for some kind of encouragement. Just a sip. Don't be greedy. There are a lot of thirsty souls in this place. Chris tilted the cup, sipped, then handed it back to the preacher. Go on, show them your tongue. Jordan didn't have to look to know what had happened. But the cries of approval confirmed his guess. The wart was gone from Chris's tongue. Can assure you that the only thing you'll catch is God's wrath if you don't drink. He held the cup out to Ben Holden on the first pew. The man hurried forward, took the goblet. Pass it and drink, Black said, spreading his arms wide. Drink the living water and embrace hope. Ben sipped, then passed the cup. It wound its way down the line. That's right. Drink, 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 drink. Stanley Jordan stared at his congregation, struck by his own powerlessness to stop this incredible charade. His earlier wonder at Black's miracles had been replaced by a firm belief that the man was nothing but a bag of tricks after all. Who would use such obvious gimmicks to impress a crowd? Please. An apple, a serpent, a cross, an apple. A Vegas entertainer could pull that off. He wondered how much Black paid Chris to play along with the wart business. But watching Claude and Steve and Paula and the rest drink from the goblet, Jordan lacked conviction that he had the power to do anything other than make a fool of himself. Black was saying something, but Jordan wasn't hearing. A few members let the cup pass by. But far more drank. Out of fear. Out of hope. Out of fear. Mostly fear. It had to be fear. Have the choice to follow my way or his way. Jordan froze at the last two words. His way. Unless Jordan was mistaken. Black had motioned his way when he spoke those two words. His way. But then he could have been mistaken, because he hadn't actually seen it. Still, a cold sweat replaced the heat under his collar. And believe me, Black continued, many of you will be. Someone chuckled in the back. Well, let me tell you something. When I say grace, I am talking grace. With a capital G, not some ambiguous theological term that preachers throw at you to impress the snot out of you. I mean grace. Capital Grace. Liberty. Freedom. Black stepped out from the podium and opened his huge hands wide. And when I say hope, I mean hope. Like, man, I really hope I can have that. I want that. He closed both hands into fists. I have to have that. Black's voice swelled to a crescendo. Hope like, get out of the way, that's mine. Hope. Black breathed heavily. Jordan stared, at a loss, still not sure what the preacher was driving at, still wondering if the man really had meant him when he said his way. Now, if any of you are looking for that kind of grace and hope, I'm bringing them to you. Grace and hope are here. He stood perfectly still, glaring at 200 frozen faces. You follow me and I'll rock your world, baby. I'll show you how to trip Things will never be the same again. Jordan scanned the auditorium. The silence seemed to drift on a bit long. He looked over at Black and blinked. The man was trembling. Black faced the crowd, slowly scanning it from left to right, trembling from head to toe. I want you to think about that. I need the leaders to understand the message for paradise. I need you to follow me, baby. His voice intensified. I need you to let go and let God. Paula, Black said slowly, staring at her. Katie, Nancy, Mary. I really do like those names. Suck up a little grace juice, ladies. His eyes shifted to Steve. You hear me, Steve. And you, Claude. All of you. Trip with me, baby. Breathe deep and let it go where it wants to. If you let me, I'll show you. I'll show you all. Jordan caught sight of the man's eyes from the side. Bloodshot. When Black spoke again, his voice was low and biting. You have a choice to make. When I come to you, you better not run scared. You just choose the real thing and maybe things will work out for you. Jordan forced his eyes around the room. To a head they were glued on. Black. You're going to have to decide, Black said, voice swelling. His trembling had subsided. Are you going to follow me, the man God sent to paradise with a new message of grace and hope? Or are you going to follow his way? Jordan jerked his head to the pulpit. This time Black left no room for interpretation. This time, standing alone up on the platform, he stabbed his finger at Stanley. For the first time since Marsubi's Black's entrance, the flock turned its attention back to Jordan. A sea of eyes gazed at him. Some quizzical, some glaring, most big and round. Johnny Drake stood in the foyer behind them all, hiding behind the door frame, staring directly at him. Jordan held his breath and looked back at the pulpit. Black had dropped his finger, thank God. He peeked out at the crowd again. They had returned their stares to the preacher. So you listen and you watch and you prepare your heart for a little change. And if you're lucky, you'll live to tell of the day that paradise found grace and hope. Black turned and strode from the podium without the slightest acknowledgement of Jordan. He walked off the stage and through the baptismal door. Jordan began to wonder how foolish he looked up there by himself. But they weren't looking at him. Not paying him the least bit of attention. And why should they? There was a new preacher in town. You drink it? Johnny asked. No, Roland Smither said. Are you kidding? They sat in Johnny's room, Johnny still stunned by what they'd both seen with their own eyes at the church half an hour earlier. Roland toggling the controller for Johnny's PlayStation, throwing tricks in snowboard madness. Johnny couldn't quite bring himself to tell his friend about Black walking into town and killing Cecil. He hated the fact that his mother was still gone. Roland tossed the control on the bed. He's a fake. I've seen better stuff on magic shows. This isn't a show. How do you know? David Copperfield could make an elephant disappear on stage, so why couldn't this guy make a snake appear? Could Copperfield grow a wart on someone's tongue? Course he could, if Chris was in on it. Come on, don't be such a sucker. What could he say? Maybe the eye thing with Cecil was a trick too. But Cecil was dead. You ever hear a preacher talk that way? Suck up some grace juice. This horizontal. Such a strong wind for the middle of summer. He put something in the drink. Course he did, Roland said. Part of the show. Pretty cool too, if you ask me. He isn't afraid of Jordan, that's for sure. Johnny faced his friend. What if I'm right? What if he's dangerous? My dad's got a gun. And before he used it, he'd call the cops. Roland sighed. You really have to lighten up, Johnny. The phone on his desk chirped. Johnny crossed the room and snatched it up. Hello. Hi, Johnny. Relief swept over him. Hey, Mom. You okay? Well, actually I don't know. What do you mean? Something happened. The preacher freaked everyone out at the service. Like what? Like running through the string of magic tricks felt stupid. Johnny condensed. Like turning an apple into a snake. But it was the way he was talking. He threatened the whole town if they didn't listen to him. It'll be fine, Johnny. Listen, it is raining cats and dogs here. I wanted to get to the mall but ran out of time. I was hoping I could stay over and pick up some things in the morning. Dread passed through his gut. Johnny. He died from a heart attack, Johnny. Okay. The doctor here all but confirmed it. There's no sign of any trauma to Cecil's eyes. I made sure of that, just for you. He's an illusion. Paused. Maybe Roland could spend the night with you. Roland's here. He looked at his friend, who'd returned to the video game. And felt some comfort. Ask him. Johnny covered the phone and asked. Roland nodded. Sure. He says he can do that. Okay. I'll be home about noon tomorrow. Lock the doors and make sure you get to bed by midnight. You'll be okay, Johnny. There's plenty to eat in the fridge. I'm at the Super 8 in Junction if you need me, okay? I love you, Johnny. I love you too. He hung up the phone and suppressed an urge to cry. Easy, Johnny. There. Right. You're letting your imagination go wild. Roland scrambled from the bed. I'll call my mom. 5 minutes later it was all settled. Roland was spending the night. They raided the refrigerator and hauled Cheez-Its, 4 Snickers bars, Planters peanuts, and 2 tall glasses of milk back to Johnny's room. Score. Roland said. We still hanging out with Fred and Peter at the Starlight tomorrow. In the afternoon's excitement, Johnny had forgotten about their customary summer gathering at the old theater. I guess. Roland jerked his head up. What was that? What was what? Roland stood slowly. Was that an earthquake? They waited. Nothing. Johnny was about to ask his friend to elaborate when the floor under his feet shifted, ever so slightly. Whoa. He jumped onto the bed. You feel that? Roland looked at him. His lips formed a twisted grin. No, I didn't feel it the first time either. You see what I mean? Now you're feeling things. Johnny blinked. He could have sworn. Roland laughed and grabbed the peanuts. You gotta lighten up, man. It took Johnny an hour to fall asleep after they turned the lights off at midnight. When he finally drifted off, he dreamed of Marsuvi's Black. A nightmare. The town of Paradise slipped into a deep slumber. Before that, and after the service, the Malones went to Steve and Paula's house for coffee. They were divided on Black's theatrics. None of them could say they were real or an illusion, at least not definitively. Neither could they agree on the intent of his harsh talk. But in the end even Paula agreed that the man was captivating. Maybe too captivating, she said. Steve said she was overstating things, which earned him a glare. They'd all sipped from the communion goblet, which earned a chuckle. From Steve in retrospect. What people would do in the heat of religious fervor. No doubt about it, Black could handle a crowd. As far as Steve was concerned, Paradise could use some excitement. Steve fell asleep easily. He swung his legs from the bed, thinking he should throw on a robe. Paula. No response. Steve shuffled from the bedroom into the living room. Paula. Nothing. She might be in the small garden she'd planted behind the house. Cost twice as much to grow tomatoes as purchase them at this altitude, but she found the hobby relaxing. He headed for the back door. Morning light streamed through the windows. A beautiful day. He felt as contented as he could remember feeling. It was going to be a good day in Paradise. Steve grabbed the doorknob and twisted. The air was perfectly calm and the grass was perfectly green and the sky was perfectly blue. And Paradise was perfectly quiet. Paula. The garden was deserted. She was probably over talking someone's ear off. About Black. Steve paused, thinking through yesterday's events. Had all that really happened? Sure it had. Chris had grown a wart, then lost it, then grown it, then lost it. The apple had become a snake, the snake had become a cross, the cross had become an apple. And more than half the town had tasted the sweet juice from that apple. Including him. A nervous excitement fluttered through his gut. Black sure knew how to get the heart moving. A giggle turned his attention. That Paula's voice. A dark hat broke the shed's vertical corner line. A man. But that hadn't been a man's voice giggling. Steve was about to call out when the laughter came again, shrill this time. The man stepped backward into Steve's line of sight. Black. Steve couldn't see who the preacher was holding behind the shed wall, but Black was turning to face him, had turned, was staring right at Steve, wearing a grin that Steve couldn't quite interpret. "Hello, Steve." Black's low and gravelly voice, hardly more than a whisper, carried clearly in the morning stillness. "Good morning, Rev. Do you know what I have back here, Steve?" His right arm was still hidden from view. Paula. Steve's mind began to spin. No, that was ridiculous. Marsuvi's Black withdrew his arm. He gripped a wooden stake, about 2 feet in length and roughly 3 inches in diameter. "Do you know what this is, Steve?" Still grinning. Another giggle behind the shed. Steve barely heard it, having fixed his mind on that stake in Black's hand. He swallowed. "No. This is pleasure on a stick, Steve. This is what you skewer meat with before you eat it. This is what you stick apples on before dipping them in caramel. Can you fathom that, my friend?" Black. "This is grace and hope in paradise," Black said. Saliva had pooled under Steve's tongue. He swallowed it. The stick looked smooth, lovely, well-shaped, beautiful. But it was just a stick. What was Black's point? "The stake's point is his point, you idiot. And do you know what this is?" Black asked. He'd reached behind the shed and yanked a woman out by her hair. "Paula." Black looked into Paula's eyes and jerked her head back. "Do you want your grace juice, baby?" She laughed shrilly. "She's been a naughty wife, Steve." Black leaned over Paula and kissed her on the lips. She returned his kiss. A very naughty wife. Rage swelled in Steve's chest. He sucked at the still air but couldn't seem to get enough oxygen into his lungs. "What do we do to naughty wives?" Black demanded. "We stick them like caramel apples, that's what we do." The Reverend whirled Paula around so that her back faced Steve. It occurred to him that Paula's shrill laugh wasn't a laugh anymore. It was a scream. Or was it? Steve clenched his hands. "Get away from her." He took a step forward. Paula threw her head back, cocked it at an odd angle, like a bent paper clip. She laughed hysterically. No scream at all, just this frenzied expression of delight. Her eyes opened and she drilled him with a mock. The last thread of reason that moored Steve's mind snapped. He felt himself drift into a sea of incoherent fury. "What do we do, Steve?" Black asked, still grinning. Steve hesitated, confused by Black's question. The preacher repeated himself, yelling this time. "What do we do? Stake them." His wife's shrill laughter ceased. For a moment paradise was still again. Then she howled with horror. It was a scream now for sure. No laughter for Paula. But fact was, she deserved it. He would do. "You don't mean that, Steve," it himself if he was a little closer. Maybe he still could. "What on earth are you thinking? Do it, teach her to. Stop this. Stop this right now." The preacher winked at Steve and thrust the stick forward. Steve lunged up, gasping. It was dark. A fan swished slowly overhead. He was in bed. Rumpled bed sheets covered his legs. He grasped the covers on his left and felt his wife's sleeping form. She grunted. "No harm." Steve looked at the clock. Midnight. Steve exhaled and dropped. Marsuves. Black stood on the cliff overlooking paradise, boots planted on the rock like 2 sledgehammers. Most of paradise had slipped into dreams. A hot wind blew into his face, but he didn't blink, did not feel the urge to blink. He stood with his arms cocked on his hips, his trench coat flying back in the breeze so that if Katie were to wake and peer up the mountain she might think a huge bat had landed on the cliff. But Katie wasn't waking up. Not tonight, not with all that euphoria in her blood. If they only knew what lay in store for them. A part of him wanted to go down there, wake them all from their slumber, and tell them the truth, all of it. But he had to bide his time. If he rushed things, they might not understand, and that could get nasty. He had to help them understand their true makeup. He had to help them feel the horror, just enough to understand the truth of who they really were. Too fast and the plan could backfire. Too slow and they might never reach the maturity required to face the truth. His legs were tired, so he folded them under himself and sat on the rock ledge, crossed his arms. It had been a good day. An even better night. They bought the whole thing. Without hardly a protest. It was hard for Black not to feel pride in what he'd done, but that wasn't the point. Pride could lead to a mistake. When it was all done and he'd set this town free, then he'd grant himself pride. Someone coughed behind and to his right. Black knew who it was, but he didn't feel the need to acknowledge the man. A tall figure dressed in a long hooded robe stepped from the shadows and stood beside him. For a minute the sight of the sleeping town seemed to hold them in a trance. The others in the monastery would undoubtedly crawl out of their skins if they knew these two met here, and why. Then again, depending on how this all turned out, they might shout their praises. Black could feel the weight of the man's eyes on him now. "How does it feel?" the man asked. "Incredible," Black said. "Tell me what you did. I want to know everything." "I did what was expected." Details. Black supposed he owed the man at least that much. The telling took 15 minutes, interrupted occasionally by questions and requests for further elaboration. When he finished, silence engulfed them. Above, the black clouds boiled, visible even in the night sky like a claw reaching down from the heavens to crush this little victim nestled in the Colorado mountains. But the clouds didn't tell the whole story. Not even half of it. "You've done well." A hand settled on Black's shoulder, rested there for a moment, then withdrew. "It's hard to believe we actually have this much power." "We aren't the only ones with power," Black said. "No, but we're ahead now. I think we will succeed." "Yes, we will." The wind howled. "You need to rest." Black smiled softly in the darkness. "Do I? A little power doesn't make you immortal, now does it?" "No, I suppose it doesn't." The man turned and vanished into the black night behind them. Marsubi's Black stared into the wind, barely breathing. Tomorrow was come. Chapter 6. Paradise. Thursday morning. Reverend Stanley Jordan crawled out of bed, surprised to find the little hand cocked past the 10. Heavens, it had been years since he slept so late. Even when he drank with the boys, which he rarely did these days, he woke by 8 at the latest. And here it was, past 10 o'clock Thursday morning, the day after the big service. The big service. The one in which a stranger had basically told the town to choose between his way or Stanley's way. By the looks of the flock after the meeting, they chose Black's way. They chose a message of so-called grace and hope that sounded more like the gospel according to Hugh Hefner than the gospel according to Luke. Jordan walked into the bathroom and splashed water on his face. This cowboy preacher had waltzed into town and shown Paradise a party, all right. Forget bingo night, we're having us a real party. What'll you have? Some grace. Some hope. Let's throw in some magic to boot. We can grow and ungrow warts on demand. They loved the entertainer. He'd have to talk to the bishop about this. Stanley shaved, dressed, ate a slice of dry toast. Hopefully, by the time he returned from Denver on Saturday, this fool would be gone and they could get back to church and the old reliable pig roast potlucks that never failed to draw a crowd. Jordan walked outside and immediately noticed the wind. A warm breeze blew down the road, almost hot. Dark clouds boiled overhead. The news had mentioned a coming rainstorm, but here there was only wind. Wind and dust. Main Street was deserted. At least Black wasn't holding a rally. He walked briskly to the church, skirting a few dust devils as he went. They wouldn't know respect if it hit them upside the head. Nancy. He walked into the offices. Nancy. Here. Where? In the kitchen. He found his secretary with her head stuck in the church refrigerator. Her wide body all but obscured it. I have to get going, he said, reaching for a coffee mug. Nancy straightened and looked at him. Going where? Denver. Bishop Fraser. Quarterly meeting. Oh. He poured hot coffee into his cup. Frankly, it couldn't have come at a better time. With our mayor running off and that preacher coming in, I believe we have a Class 1 mess on our hands. Come on, Father, the preacher's harmless. It's good for the town to get a little spice now and then. Some of the coffee missed the cup. A little spice. That's what you call last night. The man threatened me. Please. You can't take that seriously. Do you know what we did with those leftover danishes? What danishes? I'm worried about the church and you're worried about danishes. The danishes from Sunday's potluck. The cherry apple one. Oh, here they are. Nancy grabbed a tin plate from the top of the refrigerator and dug at the shrink wrap that covered the old danishes. She pried a gooey pastry out and took a large bite. Personally, I think you're overreacting, but you go right on ahead. We'll be here when you get back. She smacked at the Danish. You're back Saturday. Why not tomorrow? I always go for 3 days. She shoved the rest of the pastry into her mouth. Jordan wasn't sure what to think of this. Nancy lost 50 pounds in the last 6 months, thanks to a no-sugar diet. But here she was, stuffing her face with enough sugar to fuel the church for a week. He thought about asking her but decided it would do more harm than good. I'll call you from Denver. She nodded and dug out another pastry. Jordan left the church, walked to a blue Chevy Caprice parked in the church lot, slid behind the driver's wheel, started the engine, and was past the old theater before it occurred to him that he'd forgotten his shaving kit. Never mind, he would pick up the basics at a convenience store. Honestly, he couldn't get out of town fast enough. 10 minutes later he approached the highway and slowed the old Caprice to a stop. The road was empty. As quiet as the road leading up to paradise behind him. An image popped into his mind. An image of an old Buick. Marsuvi's. Black's. 83 Buick. Sitting on the shoulder with its front bumper stuck into a buckled road sign. Funny thing happened to me this afternoon, Black had said. But there was no car. The sign was there, but no, 83 Buick. When a car broke down on this strip of highway, it usually remained on the roadside for at least 4 or 5 days before the cops towed it away. Curious, Jordan climbed out and walked toward the sign. A ringing lodged in his ears, and he whacked the side of his head to no avail. The air was still and cool down here. Amazing how the mountains play with weather. Hot in one valley and cool in the next. Seemed like it should be the other way around though. Hot down here and cool higher up, in paradise. His boots crunched on the gravel as he rounded the sign. Go to paradise, Black had said. Paradise 2 miles, drawing that stupid 2 in the air as if that was how to drive a point home. Jordan shielded the sun from his eyes and gazed up at the green sign. Paradise 3 miles. That's what he thought. The sign read 3, not 2. The ringing in Stanley's ear grew a little louder. He looked down the road again. 3 miles instead of 2 miles, and no car. The man was a fake. But he already knew that. He thought about turning the car around and heading back. The town had no mayor, no law enforcement. Only the Episcopal father. Stanley Jordan. He slid into the Caprice, and with a last look down the deserted highway, he pulled the car into the road, bound for Denver, 200-some-odd miles east. Johnny awoke late Thursday morning, and for a full 10 seconds he didn't think about the previous day's events. It was just another summer day after a sleepover. But she was still in Junction, shopping. He already knew that. She wouldn't be home until noon at the earliest. And knowing her, it would be closer to late afternoon. "What's up?" Roland asked, leaning out of the room. "You yelling?" "Nothing. Just seeing if my mom's back." Roland turned back into the room, dropped face down on Johnny's bed. Johnny walked past him and peered out the window. Wind howled. Roland lay as if dead. "You okay?" Johnny asked. Roland groaned, pushed himself up on both elbows. "How late did we stay?" "Up. Midnight. You want to see what's happening?" Roland glanced at the clock, rolled off the bed, and grabbed his jeans. "Sheesh. It is 10 o'clock. I have to mow. I'll see you at the Starlight later." "You sure you don't want to see what's up?" "What do you mean, what's up?" "Nothing's up. After what happened last night. Trust me, something's up. My mom's going to kill me if I don't mow this morning," Roland said, pulling a worn yellow t-shirt over his head. "In this wind. Gotta go. Trust." Steve Smither pulled himself from a groggy sleep late Thursday morning, dressed in blue jeans and a red plaid shirt, and headed out to the kitchen. Not until he passed the picture window that looked over the back lawn did he remember the dream. The details fell into his mind. Black, stakes, Paula, stakes, shed, stakes. Screaming. A gust of wind whipped at the shed. No sign of Black or Paula. He had half a mind to check behind it. For stakes. Steve swallowed, unnerved by the strong impulse. Then he remembered the stake in his hand. He ran back into the room and scanned the bed, the floor. No bloody stake. That had been part of the dream too. He headed back into the living room. Where was Paula? Maybe he was still in the dream. Or maybe it hadn't been a dream. He took a step toward the back door. "Steve." Steve stopped and turned toward Paula's voice. His head swam, and for a second he thought he might fall, but the dizziness passed, leaving him with a headache and a lingering case of grogginess. Paula leaned against the kitchen door frame, arms crossed. She looked a bit fuzzy to him, a bit loose. Her bathrobe draped over her body, untied, and her hair hung in tangles, straddling the terrible-looking white streak. God only knew why she'd let Katie do that to her. Looked like a worn-out mutt. He chided himself for the thought. "What are you doing?" she asked. He headed. "Saloon doesn't open by itself." She let him go without comment. Steve paused in the wind, noticing it only as a faint distraction from an uncommon drive to check out the shed. Just to be sure. He had a dream, sure, but this feeling wasn't a dream. He had to check out the shed. Steve rounded the house, approached the shed, and stopped 3 feet from the corner. His heart was hammering with an almost palpable desire to turn the corner and find the very stakes Black had used in his dream. Maybe even with blood on them. Why? He took a deep breath and stuck his head around the corner. Nothing. For the love of. He clenched his teeth. I can't believe he'd do this. Do what, Steve? Who would do what? What was he thinking? He put his hand on the fence, patted it once, and turned to leave. Pain shot through his palm. He swore and jerked his hand away from the fence. A splinter the size of his little finger had sliced into the heel of his palm. He stared at it, speechless. Pain throbbed and his hand began to tremble. The thing was in deep, buried at an angle. Steve dug at it with his fingernails but couldn't get a grip on the wood. He gripped his wrist and held his hand for a better view. A stake. There was a stake in his palm. For crying. Hello, Steve. Steve spun. Black stood by the shed, smiling warmly. His eyes dropped to Steve's hand, and his smile faded, replaced by a shadow of concern. Black moved forward, seemingly intent on examining him. But Steve wasn't sure he wanted the man to examine him. "Do you mind?" Black asked, searching his eyes. Blue eyes. Comforting eyes. Genuinely concerned. The man looked different today than he had looked yesterday. He looked kind. Steve turned his hand for Black to inspect. The man's fingers were warm. "Pretty deep," he said, digging in his pocket. He brought out one of those multi-purpose pocketknives with small pliers. "I think I can get it. Do you mind?" Steve felt disconnected from the scene, despite the intensity of the pain and the sudden appearance of Black. "Okay." Black opened the knife and gently worked at freeing the sliver. The steak. Steve turned his eyes away and let him work. The moment wasn't awkward, something that surprised him. "Everything will make sense to you soon, Steve," Black said softly. A burst of pain made Steve flinch. When he looked at his hand, the sliver was gone. Black held it up in the pliers, smiling. "You see, it hurts coming out, but in the end you wouldn't have it any other way." He let the sliver fall to the grass. "Just like this town. After a bit of pain it will all make sense. My ways are a bit unconventional, but you'll thank me, Steve. The whole town will thank me." He lifted a hand and tipped his hat. "Where are you going?" Steve asked. "I was on my way to speak to the father when I saw you down here. I'm sure he's all messed up about now. It's not every day that someone comes into town and pulls the stunt I did yesterday. I think he deserves an explanation, don't you?" Black walked away. Steve wanted an explanation too, but he felt stupid calling out again. "What's that explanation, mister? And why did I dream what I dreamed?" He was talking before he could stop himself. "What about my dream?" he called out. Black stopped and turned back. "What dream?" It was clear by his blank stare that Black really didn't know of any dream. "Never mind," Steve said. "Your dreams are your own, Steve." Black tipped his hat again and left. Steve rubbed his palm with a thumb, relieved that the pain was gone. He stuck his hands into his pockets and headed for the saloon. His head felt heavy. Steve spent the first 30 minutes by himself, wandering aimlessly around the bar, setting up shop. Wiping the counters down. Putting out glasses. Setting out peanuts. All without a thought. His thoughts were elsewhere, on the stakes. Claude came in about 11, shirt untucked but buttoned up tight around his neck. He grunted and sat down in his regular spot along the bar. Early for Claude, who often came in for lunch, but never before noon. "You open today?" Steve asked. The big Swede didn't seem to hear. Steve looked out the window and saw that Katie and Mary were angling for the saloon from across the street. Early for them too. It meant that others would see them coming and join them. That's how it always worked. Word spread fast in a small town. The lunch crowd was coming in early today. "Sure," Claude said. "Sure what?" Then Steve remembered his question. "Sure, I was open. Closed for lunch. Traffic's dead. Can I have a drink?" "Lemonade. Actually, I wouldn't mind something stronger if you have it." Claude rubbed his temples. Heads throbbing. "Beer. Jack and Coke. Odd for a non-drinking man." Steve made the drink and served Claude. His mind drifted again. The door banged and Katie walked in with Mary. Both ordered drinks. They were as quiet as Claude. Others started wandering in then, each entry punctuated by the slam of his screen door. In some ways the stupor that clouded Steve's mind felt like the effects of the strong painkiller prescribed to him after some fool tourist's Doberman tried to rip off his hand. Steve was normally a controlled fellow, ask anyone. But that hadn't stopped him from hauling out his shotgun with his unshredded hand and sending the Doberman to mud hell with enough buckshot to splatter its head over a 10-foot square section of the back wall. Paula walked in. She was dressed for Sunday in a navy blue cotton dress, with white piping on the neckline and pockets. Black leather flats. Who was she trying to impress? She sat at the end of the bar, and Steve ignored her. 2 fans swished overhead, and no one bothered turning on the jukebox. Steve stopped whatever he'd been doing, which was already a distant memory, and looked around at the in crowd of Paradise, Colorado. Without counting, he'd say about 20. The silence grew uncomfortable, awkward, downright infuriating. Steve slammed his fist on the bar. What's the problem? Katie looked up at him, blinking. What do you think you're doing? He wasn't rightly sure, actually. He just didn't like the silence. A person can hide in a cacophony of noise, but everyone stands out in this kind of melancholic silence, and Steve wasn't in the mood to stand out. You think he poisoned us? Someone asked. Katie faced Bob, an older farmer who raised the question. Right. Bob looked at one of his fingernails as if deciding whether it needed cleaning. Once again silence stretched through the bar. A fly buzzed by Steve's ear. Could be, Claude said after a while. We all drank his communion. Could be he poisoned us. I feel. He stopped, either distracted or unsure how he felt. Well, if he did poison us, bring it on, medicine man, Katie said. I feel pretty relaxed. Don't be stupid, Paula said. The man's a devil, not a medicine man. You think a devil got up there and turned water into wine? Katie challenged, coming to life. What water into wine? Okay. Then an apple into wine. Whatever. You get my point. No, Katie, I don't think I do. What is your point? Who said anything about killing? Claude asked. He's off his rocker. Maybe. He might be playing us for some reason, but I doubt a killer would be so obvious. What in the world are you all talking about? Katie demanded. He's no killer. He's a preacher. Come to bring grace and hope to paradise, Bob said, still inspecting his fingernails. You're the one who brought up killer, Katie. And frankly it wouldn't surprise me. Either way, he's a devil, Paula said. No man of God would talk the way he talked. I say we have our way with him before he has his way with us. Has his way with you? Mary asked. You holding out on us? A lone voice spoke out loudly from the rear door. Paula's right. You should get rid of him or call the cops in Delta. They turned as one to face Johnny Drake. The boy had come in the back and stood facing them with a fixed face. You 18, boy? Steve asked. Get out. Paula stood. Shut up, Steve. She walked toward the boy. What makes you say that, Johnny? Johnny eyed them. He may not be the devil, but he's not right. He hesitated. And he's a killer. Surprisingly, no one jumped on the boy. They were too lethargic to be jumping. Johnny seemed encouraged by this and continued. I watched him walk into town yesterday. Me and Cecil were on the bench. I know this may sound crazy, but Black killed Cecil. Steve wasn't sure what to think about that, except to notice that the notion dreamed Black kissed and skewered Paula. You saying he actually killed Cecil? Steve asked. Or that Cecil died when Black was there, which is what he said. I mean he killed him. And how was that? Johnny shifted on his feet. He jabbed his fingers into Cecil's eyes. Deep. Maybe into his brains. I watched the whole thing. He killed him, and last night he threatened the whole town. Did I hear that? I can't remember. I remember the stakes, but do I actually remember Black threatening? I remember it, a soft voice said. The rest of them were staring past Steve. He turned to the front door. Marsuvi's Black stood in the doorway, smiling at them. How'd he get in so quiet? It seems that Father Jordan has taken a leave of absence, so I suppose I should explain myself to the rest of you. The man walked up to the bar. Smart boy, Johnny. The rest of you should listen to him. He chuckled. Black's sudden appearance had stunned them all. Steve had no doubt about his earlier judgment. There was something profoundly different about Black today. His eyes, though still blue, seemed a softer smiling blue rather than the drilling blue. His mouth had no mocking twist or angry snarl. He seemed almost earthy. Black dug into his breast pocket like blood. Black rolled them down the bar toward Paula, who stepped back, repulsed. The eyeballs rolled off the bar and over to Johnny. Cecil's eyeballs, Black said gently. Johnny stared wide-eyed as the balls stopped 3 feet from his shoes. He looked up. But that's not what You saw what I wanted you to see. You saw me stick my fingers into Cecil's eye sockets and pull those eyes from his face. But those eyes are glass. Go on, pick them up. Johnny bent, touched, then picked up the eyeballs. Glass. Glass, Black said. This, on the other hand. He pulled an apple from his other breast pocket. Is a real apple. The same one you all saw last night. And this. The preacher tossed the apple into the air, and when it landed in his hand it was a mug of lemonade. His sleight of hand. Steve was sure he'd seen an extra movement in there somewhere. An illusion, he said. You're a magician. More than a magician. I'm a preacher who uses illusions to make a point. And I don't mind telling you that I've never had a town so wholly swallow my nonsense as this town did yesterday. You, my dear friends, have been like putty in the devil's hands. They stared. But Cecil's dead, Johnny said. The glint left Black's eyes. He looked at the bar. Yes, that was unfortunate. Eyes on Johnny. Cecil had a heart attack, Johnny. Plain and simple. My trick sent him over the cliff he was already headed for. The only reason I didn't stop to pay him respects and administer rites was because I have been called to this town and I do have a message from God. I couldn't compromise for the sake of one man. I know it sounds crass, but doing anything else, and believe me, if you knew what I know about this town, you wouldn't want me to compromise my mission. He held out a fist, then opened it. There lay a small clear bottle containing a milky translucent substance. This looked familiar. It's aloe vera mixed with a strong hallucinogen called peacock moss, which really isn't a moss at all, but something excreted by a rare worm. It was often used by Indians to call up images of what they thought were spirits. Black set the 4-inch tall bottle on the bar. Clunk. A red ring circled the neck. Otherwise there were no markings on the glass. It's potent but harmless. 48 hours ago, I introduced quite a bit of this into the town's water supply. That was enough to soften up your susceptibility yesterday. Last night I put more into the communion glass. Most of you saw what I wanted you to see. Do any of you feel groggy? They didn't answer. The side effects. You've been duped, my friends. And in so doing, I've revealed the depravity of your hearts. Which is important if you know what I know about this town. Which is what? Someone asked. Which is that something very bad is coming. Without me, you poor folk don't stand a chance. Consider this training. Steve's mind was still working a bit slow, but if he was catching all of this. Black was claiming to be nothing more than a magician who'd employed some drug called peacock or peacock or something or other, and he'd done it to make a point. Something bad was coming, and Black had a mission to protect the town from whatever that was. Steve grunted. Huh, you do this often. On occasion. But not like this. Paradise is special. That's all you need to know. From here you'll have to trust me. Trust me, my friends, or die. They stared at him, half in dumb wonderment. You drugged us? The Swede asked. No, not really. I cleared your minds by feeding them something they wanted. Like feeding the body bread. No different. No lasting effect. No harm. I know it is a bit unorthodox, but it is the only way for the dumb saps in these parts to get a grasp on hope and grace, which is essential for what lies ahead. What's that? Black-eyed Claude. You're not only dense, you're deaf. I told you, that's it for now. Please try to concentrate when I speak. We don't have enough time to repeat every last thing I say. A bit of the old black was back. Frankly, Steve didn't mind. So they were tricks, right? Katie said. I knew it. She eyed the bottle on the bar and bit her lip. I knew it. It occurred to Steve that tricks or not, the stuff in that bottle was the real magic. So what's your point? Paula asked. Her tone was harsh. She cleared her throat. I mean, how does this show us hope and grace? You're saying that you frightened Cecil into a heart attack with a trick, and you don't have a problem with that. Paula, the pure one. That's good. I want you to question me. Of course I have a problem with Cecil's heart attack, but there was nothing I could do about it. I do magic, not miracles. Anything could have made that old heart of his stop. Still doesn't seem like anything a preacher would do, she said. Neither does doping up a whole town. Black studied her for too long, then put both palms on the bar and rubbed the wood gently. Lovely, he said. So lovely. Not all is as it seems, my friends. But the things that appear to us in everyday life are so compelling that we have a hard time looking past them to a greater reality. Sometimes it takes a very heavy— He looked up and scanned them. Preachers these days aren't willing to hand out heavy doses of that greater reality. They talk in old cliches that mean nothing to real people with real problems. I use a different language, and believe me, I am ready to dispense a heavy dose of a greater reality. You'll have to choose between your old way and my new way. The old way is to talk, all talk and no juice. My way is to show, all juice. Not everything I said yesterday is a sham. I have every intention of rocking your world. I will show you true grace and hope, and it won't look like the world's version of grace and hope. I'll show you a world swimming in the reality of God himself, but you'll have to allow me. Black drilled Steve with a blue stare. Let go and let God. Do you want to do that? Steve wasn't sure the preacher wanted an answer. But he did want to let go. And let God, whatever that meant. He nodded. You'll have to give up your doubts. You'll have to trust me to remove the sliver that's worked its way under your skin, the stake that's been driven into your heart. Black's eyes shifted to Katie and the others at the end of the bar. But in the end I will rock your world. Can I do that? Yes, Katie said. Black looked at the Swede. Claude. I need agreement. Claude glanced at his wife. I guess. Then I would like to have dinner with you and your lovely wife tonight. The preacher was looking at Claude, but Katie answered. We'd love to have you. Black faced her and bowed his head. A wise choice, ma'am. He put his hand. For a moment no one moved. Except Johnny. The boy slipped out the back. The moment the screen door slammed shut. Wow, someone said. Yeah, wow. Steve's eyes lingered on the bottle. They were all staring at Katie. She took the bottle and held it up to the light. Steve eased down the bar toward her. Without further hesitation she spun the lid off and set it on the counter. Smelled the contents as if it were perfume. Seems harmless. Katie splashed a little in her beer, swirled the drink around with her finger, and sipped at it. 10 minutes later they had all tasted Black's concoction, some more than others. Although to say Paula tasted it might be an overstatement. She sniffed it then finally touched her tongue. Chapter 7. The Monastery. Thursday morning. Billy strolled into the cafeteria for a late breakfast, feeling self-conscious without knowing why. He'd missed the morning prayers, but that was no cause for guilt. He had violated the most sacred of monastery rules by entering the caverns below, but none of his classmates suspected anything. Besides, if they knew what he knew, they would probably do the same. Marsuvi's Black had been right. The impulse was in them for a reason. An animal created to be fed. He'd spent half the night in the one tunnel, feeding the animal, and in the end it felt more like an hour. Maybe half an hour. He wasn't even sure what he'd done to eat up so much time. He had explored deeper. Didn't matter. He could have sat on the couch and been just as happy. Everything down there was exhilarating. He'd been awake less than an hour, and the thought of going back was already driving him crazy. Half the kids had finished eating and vacated the cafeteria, but Darcy sat next to Paul at the far table. Billy went through the line, politely wishing the two overseers on serving duty a good morning, and shuffled to the table. "Morning, Billy," Darcy said, smiling sheepishly. "You sleep well." Billy plopped his tray down and arranged his silverware. "Sure." Paul shoved a piece of meat into his mouth. "Running a little late, are we?" "Yeah." Billy nibbled on some eggs. "You've been late a lot." "Leave him alone," Darcy said. "So he's late now and then. So what? I'm not saying it is a big deal. I'm just making conversation. I never said it was in any way significant. Although now that you mention it, being late repeatedly, as our Billy has been, is indicative of distraction, don't you think?" The British highfalutin tone irritated Billy. Always had. He ate his eggs without looking up. In writing class they'd memorized a quote from the philosopher Soren Kierkegaard, who'd once described writers as spies who kept their eyes on suspicious characters, working on espionage, taking notes, observing particulars that everyone else overlooked, scouring the world for clues of meaning. The monastery was brimming with petty spies, because they were all writers. "Yes, you're probably right," Darcy replied. "But just because a distraction is indicated doesn't mean it actually exists. Either way, his being late isn't necessarily significant." "Stop it, both of you," Billy said. "You sound like two stuffed shirts from a university book." He raised his head and saw both staring at him with raised eyebrows. "I'm serious. You guys barely know the meaning of puberty, and here you are, discussing the fine points of a student's tardiness. Doesn't that strike you as odd?" "Not really." Darcy's eyes flashed with mischief. "It does me. We're too young for so much responsibility. We should be out, playing baseball and splashing in the ocean. Not discussing tardiness and speaking like we're graduate students of the English language." "I don't consider my life here that way," Paul said. "I rather enjoy it." "Listen to you. I rather enjoy it," Billy mocked, wagging his head. Paul was black and British by birth. Although he'd grown up in the monastery without the accent, he fancied his heritage and practiced it whenever he could. By contrast, Darcy was the perfect Dutch blonde who tended to lift her language only when in Paul's company. They were the perfect pair, black and white, spouting high English. "You sound like you've eaten a barrel of pickles," Billy said. Darcy laughed. "I rather like pickles, actually," Paul returned without missing a beat. "We were just talking about Marsubi's black before you sat down, Billy. I think his sudden vacancy wasn't planned. What do you think?" Billy had a spoonful of eggs lifted halfway to his mouth. He stopped, then finished the bite. "I don't know. What's your reasoning?" He seemed a bit off at the end there, encouraging the class to reach for the edges and such, Paul said. To go out and search for the limits. Nothing wrong technically. It was just the look in his eyes when he talked about it. He seemed more interested in pushing us into the darkness than into the light. He turned to Darcy. "You saw it, right?" "At times, yes. But the desire to explore boundaries is part of the human condition. Maybe it is better to explore them here, in the confines of the monastery, than out there. Maybe, within the context of the rules," Paul said. Billy glanced around the cafeteria and saw that only a handful of students remained. "Please, Paul, don't tell me you never feel like blowing the rules. Take the rules of writing, which mirror all of our other rules. Who decided those particular rules should be the rules of writing anyway? Who erected those walls and said, 'Here, You be a good boy and only write stories that lead to love. Paul looked thrown off. Why would any writer want to go beyond the 4 rules? Because they just want to. That's why. Because this little voice in their head keeps whispering that there's more out there than this, Billy said, waving his hand to the ceiling. Believe me, there is. The smile left Darcy's face. Come on, Billy. Don't be like this. You're not making a lot of sense. The same desire that had propelled Billy to explore the tunnels rose in him. Billy turned to Darcy and Paul. I not only think there's more, I know there is more, he whispered, looking directly into Darcy's eyes. I know there's more because I've seen more. Neither responded to that, so he continued, watching her eyes. I've been below. I've seen the subterranean levels. Darcy's mouth opened in shock. She glanced around. Paul sat unmoving, bug-eyed. Below? Darcy asked in a whisper. You've been to the forbidden levels. Billy nodded. Yes, and they are more wonderful than you could ever imagine. Ever. But you can't, Billy. It's forbidden. Why? Have you ever asked that? You have no idea what the lower levels contain. I, on the other hand, do know what they contain, and I'm telling you that they'll expand your mind like nothing else you know. But it is prohibited, Paul said. By whom? By David. By the overseers. And who are they? Who are they? They built this place. There are teachers. Yes, but do they run your mind, Paul? Maybe Marsuvies was right. Think about what he's been saying here for the last few months. It's in the 4th rule of writing. There are no boundaries. Why? Because each of us makes our own way. The rules of writing aren't the only rules we live by, Darcy said. Yes, stories. No one forces us to write this plot or that plot. No one insists we do or don't do this or that. It's for us to choose. And as long as we have the free will to choose, we have an obligation to explore those choices. You stop this talk right now, Billy. Darcy whispered harshly. You've lost your senses. Talk like this will get you thrown out of here. Talk like this got me to the subterranean levels. And I found the most wonderful halls imaginable there, filled with images and powers that took my breath away and left me shaking. But what of the 3rd rule of writing? Paul asked. The simpleton was still too shocked to take any of this seriously. Paul continued. How can any of this lead to love, or to the Creator? It's all in the 3rd rule, remember. Like Samuel said in class yesterday. Billy's snarl surprised even him. Forget Samuel. Samuel's a dope. He sat back and took a breath. If you understand that we create our stories, then technically we do abide by the 3rd rule because we are creators. We discover love by discovering ourselves. There, he'd said it. He'd repeated the theory that someone left in his locker, encouraging him to descend into the tunnels. They stared at him, blinking. And Raoul is right. Stories without proper conflicts are boring. In the real world, the story of life starts with conflict. I could challenge the prevailing rules here and win with my arguments. Maybe I will. They didn't respond to that. How could they? Blinded by denial. So when did you go below? Darcy asked, glancing around nervously. Last 2 nights. 2 times. I had to. Darcy. The dungeons call. It's as if they know my name and call to me. None of the halls up here speaks to me like the dungeons. None of them calls me. Dungeons. Figure of speech. Tunnels. Subterranean halls. I've found a study that contains hundreds of books to be read. I'm telling you, take the enjoyment of reading or writing or eating or anything you do up here, and down there it is 10 times better. Try it once and you'll see. If you think Paul or I would go down there, you've lost your mind. Proof positive that the dungeons, as you appropriately call them, have rotted your mind. Billy just grinned. What you're doing isn't only prohibited, it sounds nasty, and I for one will Have no part in it. Darcy scooted her chair back and stood. Paul followed her lead. Sorry, Billy. I do believe she's right. Well, don't either of you forget what I said. We have no boundaries, so don't go and flap your jaws about this. I'm entitled to do whatever I choose. He caught Darcy's eye. I'll be waiting for you. Billy watched them go, past the tray table toward the entry. Idiots. Stupid. Fools. And yet he had resisted the impulse at first, hadn't he, just like Darcy and Paul were doing now. A voice spoke behind him. Good morning, Billy. Billy twisted to face Samuel, the last student eating across the cafeteria while he'd spouted off about Samuel being a dope had been none other than Samuel himself. Billy turned back to the table and clenched his eyes for a moment, hoping that Samuel hadn't been listening. Morning, Samuel. Samuel stepped around the table. Sure, Samuel. I'm just fine. And you? I'm good. Are you sure you're okay? You've seemed a bit upset lately. Upset. And when had he looked upset? Billy's face grew a little hotter. Well, I haven't been upset. You're struggling with something, Billy. It's written all over you. Part of me wants to tell you to snap out of it. Quit licking the floor and stand up. He paused. But most of me just wants to tell you that we all go through struggles. We can help each other. What do you care, Samuel? What difference does it make to you? A few seconds passed before the answer came. Everything each of us does affects the others. None of us lives in a vacuum. We're simply children on a quest to gain the highest forms of wisdom without being compromised in the process. But when one is compromised, the others are compromised. You see that, don't you? Billy waved his fork at the blonde boy. Each of us can do whatever he or she wants. You can't take that away. You're right. But do you think there aren't consequences to what you say? Or do? And what would the consequence be if I told you to shut up, Samuel? Samuel just looked at him. There was something in his eyes, a look Billy could have identified a week ago, but which now just looked vague. Maybe it was hurt. Billy thought of the halls below, running with Worm Jet. Chapter 8, Paradise. Thursday afternoon. Johnny's predicament had gone from bad to worse. Now he wasn't sure what he'd seen yesterday. Actually, he was sure. He'd seen Black kill Cecil, but he wasn't sure why he'd seen it. Didn't feel right, but it was possible that Black's explanation in the bar was the truth. The others were swallowing it, hook, line, and sinker. Didn't feel right, but that was supposedly Black's point. Maybe he'd misjudged the man. His ways were strange to be sure, but, again, that was his point. He didn't smell right, look right, or talk right. But he did look and talk more normal this morning than he had yesterday. And all of that was his point. Johnny's mother still hadn't returned from Junction. No surprise there. She'd be home this afternoon. She hadn't taken any of the stuff Black was handing out. Her exposure, like his own, was limited to whatever the preacher had put in the water supply. She'd be able to tell him what was up. And maybe Roland and Fred would be straight in the mind. He'd know in a few minutes when they met behind the old theater. Johnny glanced at the clock. Time to go. He was dressed in a blue Nike shirt with a faded brown button-down shirt hanging unbuttoned and tails out over his thin frame. Good to go. The minute the door slammed shut behind him, he reconsidered taking the trek down Main Street to the Starlight, which loomed 200 yards off. He'd been so eager to get home from the bar that he hadn't noticed just how odd the town smothered the town in a dull gray-brown haze. Leaves danced by. Bang, bang, bang. Whose door was that? Across the street stood the church. Closed. No cars in front of Smithers Saloon or all right convenience. Didn't mean no one was at either place, just no visitors. Johnny walked deliberately, ignoring his throbbing leg. Off the sidewalk, under the large maple that shaded their house, down the side of Main Street. He crossed it. When he reached the middle, at the point Black had turned toward him and Cecil yesterday, he again thought that the alley would have been a better choice. He was alone out here. Stranded. The wind tore at his hair and the dust whipped his pants, and he was sure that at any moment something impossible would happen. Paradise had become the town of impossibilities. That was yesterday. That was the preacher's point. Johnny picked up his pace, staring straight ahead, and then ran the last few steps along the old theater's wall. He rounded the back corner and pulled up in front of Roland, Fred Mars, and Peter Bowers, all sitting in a circle, protected from the wind by the large building. They stared at him as if he'd come out of a snowstorm. "Hey," he said. They wore blue jeans and ratty shirts, except Fred, who wore a sun-bleached plaid farmer's shirt that looked like it had been found on a rocky riverbank. "Hey," Roland said. Johnny walked forward. "Hey, Johnny." Pete, dark circles under their eyes. Tired faces, as if they hadn't slept a wink last night. "You gonna sit down?" Fred asked. "You get any sleep last night, Fred?" He shrugged. "Sure." But he didn't look so sure. "What do you think about the preacher?" Fred asked. Johnny settled to the ground next to Roland. "I think." Johnny stopped. Actually, he didn't know what to think anymore. "He's pretty weird, that's for sure." No one disagreed. The mood was gloomy, which was strange because Johnny figured they'd find a way to rip the preacher to shreds with feeble attempts at humor. "They say Chris was dying before the preacher healed him," Fred said. "Nothing like that's ever happened around here. The preacher's probably pretty close to God. Like Moses. That's what my parents think, anyway." "Moses," Peter said. "Moses was a prophet, not some preacher who walked into town growing warts in people's mouths. What do you call the plagues?" "It doesn't matter anyway," Roland said. "Just because someone does something great doesn't make them a great person. Look at Hitler. Everybody liked him in Germany at one time, and look what he did to the Jews." "What do you mean everybody liked Hitler?" Fred demanded, face red. "Nobody liked Hitler." Watching Fred, Johnny felt uneasy. He spoke as much to stop their bickering as to fill them in. "I saw him this morning." They looked at him. "He was in the bar with the others." Roland pushed. And he was different. He said that he put something in the drinking water to make us all loopy. And that everything he did was just a trick." "He said that." Fred's eyes widened. "Why would he do that?" "Loopy," Peter Bowers said. He pulled a bottle from his pants. "You mean this?" It was the bottle that Black had showed them in the bar, only now it was empty. Peter was grinning. Johnny reached for it. "Where'd you get that?" "My mom." He snatched it out of Johnny's reach, twirled off the lid, and lifted the bottle to his nose. "She said it was some good stuff." "Good stuff? She tell you it came from Black?" "Course she did. Why? Does that scare you?" He stuck his tongue into the narrow neck and made a show of trying to lick the inside, but his tongue was too fat for the bottle. "That's the stuff?" Roland asked. Peter pulled the bottle off his tongue and licked his lips. "Tastes like toe sludge. Sick." Fred grabbed the bottle from Peter's hand and shoved it up to his nose. "Doesn't smell bad. You taste this." "Course I did. It tastes like toe sludge." "Yeah, right." Fred put his finger into the bottle, withdrew some of the residue, and touched it to his tongue. Satisfied it wasn't as disgusting as his friend had insisted, he licked his finger clean. "Tastes like nothing." "Let me see," Roland said, reaching for the bottle. "I wouldn't," Johnny said. "Come on, Johnny, don't be such a wimp. It's probably just water." Peter dove for the bottle, but Fred rolled out of his way, laughing. He came to his feet and jumped back, sticking his finger in for another sample. "Knock it off," Peter yelled. By the looks of the vein sticking out of his neck, he wasn't too happy. He stood, brushing dust from his shirt. Give it back. What for? They faced off, Fred taunting, Peter scowling. But in a flash, that changed. For no apparent reason, both Fred and Peter spun toward the theater's back wall and stared at it wide-eyed. Their mouths dropped open. What? Roland said, looking at the wall with Johnny. Weathered, once. White boards ran vertically in bad need of fresh paint, but nothing seemed out of place. Holy. Peter was whispering. He took a step back and Fred followed suit. What is it? Roland demanded again. Peter's mouth twisted, formed a grin. He stared at the wall. Wow. Wow. Fred echoed. Johnny scrambled to his feet. It's the bottle. Black was right. The stuff in the bottle makes people see things. That's what was. Peter was yelling in terror. He stumbled backward. Fred screamed, white-faced. He whirled and ran. Straight into Peter. The boys crashed to the ground with grunts and yells. But both were too distracted by whatever they had seen to make anything of the collision. They scrambled to their feet, cast a quick glance at the wall, and ran for the corner, where they disappeared behind the theater. They weren't screaming anymore. They were just running. The wind swallowed the sound of their feet. Roland looked at Johnny, then back at the wall. You see anything? I'm telling you, it was the stuff in that bottle. What did I say? It makes people loopy. Roland grinned crooked and walked to the wall. He put his hand on the boards. What do you think they saw? Johnny kicked at the bare dirt behind the starlight. He didn't want to be here and he didn't want to go home alone. Black might be good, black might be bad, but whatever was happening in this town was officially terrifying. The preacher talked about helping people see another reality. Maybe they saw. A thought occurred to him. Maybe we should leave. Roland turned back. What? Like a ghost or something? I don't know. Whatever it was, it wasn't good. I think we should go. Roland slapped the boards. There's nothing here, man. That's freaky. What's the world coming to? Good question. You notice anything strange around here today? Yeah, Fred, and that caught Roland off guard. What do you mean, nightmares? I mean, did you dream about black? What makes you say that? Johnny shrugged. I did. So did I. You ever see clouds like that this time of year? Johnny asked, looking up. Flat clouds hung abnormally low, like someone had painted the sky dark gray just above the town. Roland's gaze followed Johnny's. Yeah, pretty strange. There wasn't a cloud in the sky yesterday. You really think Black has anything to do with the weather? Have you seen him today? Actually, I did. My mom left her watch on the sink at Nails and Tan and wanted me to get it. Didn't want to talk to Katie. They had an argument yesterday or something. Maybe you didn't hear this, did you? I told Fred and Peter about it before you got here. Black was at Nails and Tan. When was this? On my way here. Roland grinned. He was there all right. He practically had his tongue down Katie's throat. Freaked me out, man. The revelation stunned Johnny. He was kissing her. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration. I could, and you don't find that just a little bit strange, for a preacher to do that? Roland looked at the wall again. Like you said, he's trying to get people's attention. Look at what just happened to Fred and Peter. The whole thing is pretty freaky, but you have to admit, it is kinda cool. Maybe. And maybe not, Johnny said. What do you mean, maybe or maybe not? It's either cool or it is not. Maybe. But that doesn't mean it is good. Has he done anything bad yet? Johnny thought about that. Fact was, scaring people to make a point wasn't a bad thing. All preachers did that at times, right? The Bible did that. What do you call God sending a whale to swallow Jonah? Maybe Black was that whale, going to towns to swallow them up so they would change their minds. Maybe not, Johnny said. But we can't tell. Well, Peter said Black's gonna be at his house tonight. A thin smile. tugged at Roland's lips. You ever spy on Black? Come on, you know that half the people around here leave their shades open at night. You just sneak up and look in. You've done it. Not for a few years I haven't. And not on Black. What if we get caught? We won't get caught. I don't know. He's Marsuvi's Black. Come on, Johnny. He's just a crazy preacher who's messing with people's heads a bit. So we check him out. Okay. Roland grinned. Cool. Johnny said. But it didn't feel cool. Nothing about Black felt cool. Chapter 9. The Monastery. Thursday afternoon. Darcy sat in the rear of the class, looking at 36 heads covered with blonde and brown and black hair. And one covered in red hair. Billy stuck out 3 rows over on her left, the monastery's cherry. Billy glanced over with those green eyes of his, and she turned her head back to Raoul, who was rambling on about the second rule. Rambling. Not rambling as in boring. Rambling as in we've heard this a million times, old man. Get on with some good stuff. In truth, he was speaking eloquently about greatness in purity. On the other hand, it was rather boring. It bothered her that she thought so. She stole a quick look at Billy and saw that he was fidgeting, probably bored out of his skull, waiting for class to end so he could sneak down to the dungeons and play with his ghosts. She was surprised to be thrilled at the idea and turned back to Raoul. She pinched the bridge of her nose to concentrate on the overseer's words. So, someone tell me why, Raoul said. Why is an adventure which leads to purity so grand? Come on, we've been over this in our sleep. Tyler raised his hand. The overseer motioned to the brown-headed Indian boy, the youngest in the class. The Creator is pure. Therefore, a life that leads us to purity leads us to the Creator. And no man could possibly find an adventure grander than one that leads to the Creator. A soft chorus of agreement rippled through the room. Yes, Darcy whispered as the approval died down. But her mind was on Billy. Had he also said yes, just to be proper? Someone else. Yes, Paul. Darcy wondered what was running through his head after their talk with Billy at breakfast. A path leading to purity will cross enough challenges to make the human head spin. The class chuckled. It's not only arriving at the conclusion of purity which is so thrilling, but it is the journey to that conclusion. Overcoming the challenges. Each obstacle passed, each challenge met and won. This presents a new level of satisfaction. Brilliant. Judging by their response, the rest of the class agreed with her assessment. Brilliant indeed, but old hat, brother. Give me something new. The moment she thought it, Darcy knew Billy had gotten to her. Not that she had any intention of actually doing what Billy suggested. Heavens, no. But she wasn't thinking the same, and she wondered why. A little tick had burrowed into her skull, and every time she heard one of the old truths, the insect began to chew on her brain. She looked at Billy again. He was staring at her, and this time she stared back. He was awfully cute with his auburn hair and green eyes. He was certainly one of the brightest students. Maybe second to Samuel. Raoul was speaking again, but she didn't hear him. Something in Billy's eyes pulled at her. Something that said, "You and I are the same." And she liked that. It felt. Chapter 10. Paradise. Thursday night. As far as Johnny could tell, nothing in Paradise changed that afternoon. Other than the wind, which was blowing harder, and the sky, which was growing darker. He spent the hours in his room, waiting for his mother to return. Roland hung out for an hour but wanted to go home because, as he put it, his own mother and father were behaving a bit strange, and Johnny was making him nervous with all his talk about Black. Johnny thumbed the toggle and blasted his way through one of his older PlayStation games, Red Alert IV. He paused the game every 15 or 20 minutes to check the front window. The streets were empty. Paradise was too far off the beaten track to become a hotbed for tourism, but that didn't keep the odd traveler from braving the mountains to find this fruit farming community. Maybe the storm discouraged visitors. It was raining hard along the Highway 50 corridor. Johnny resumed his game and killed a few more bad guys without thinking. Through the steps, he tried to call his mother on the cell phone but couldn't find her signal. It happened up here, enough to make his mother swear on occasion. Back to the game. The front door slammed at 6 o'clock. Mom. Johnny ran out to the living room to greet his mother, who held several bulging bags. She was wearing new black jeans with a red and white blouse. Her blonde hair was windblown, but she beamed, clearly not bothered by the weather. Finally, Johnny exclaimed, "What took you so long?" "I've been distracted. Dull." Not unlike the eyes of the rest in the bar. "Hello, Johnny. Am I? Are you what? Late?" It is 6 o'clock. "Well, I've been home for an hour. I just stopped in to update the others." She walked past him. "Boy, is it raining down the mountain. Highway 50's a river. I half expected to find the town washed away." She dropped her bags and faced him. "I tried calling on the cell, but the service is out. The storms knocked everything out. I'm surprised we still have power. Where have you been? I told you, I stayed in Grand Junction to shop. But you've been talking to the others." Her smile faded. "Well, of course, honey. What's wrong? You look like a ghost." Johnny swallowed. "Nothing's wrong. It's just that nothing's right around here. The wind, the clouds, the preacher. Of course nothing's normal. We're in the middle of a storm." She walked up to him and ruffled his hair, a habit of hers that he was losing interest in. "I guess I owe you an apology. They told me about the eyes. I'm sorry for doubting you saw what you thought you saw. I just couldn't imagine anybody actually doing what you claimed the preacher did. I was right about that, but I had no right to dismiss you." "It's okay." Johnny turned away and sat on the sofa. They'd stolen his thunder. "What did they tell you?" "You mean Katie? The service, her dreams, the meeting this morning." "Pretty much everything, I suppose." She opened the refrigerator and studied the contents. "Why, you know something else. So you believe him." Sally withdrew a bottle of cranberry juice and flipped open the cupboard for a glass. "Makes sense to me. Sure, it is all a bit strange, but this world is half full of strange people." They were welcome words. If his mother thought Black was legit, then he probably was legit. If I'd gone to Junction and the medical examiner told me that Cecil died of trauma to the head or eyes, I would think differently. Actually, it is all a bit exciting, don't you think? "Unless he turns out to be a liar," Johnny said. She poured her drink. "He was a liar. Yesterday, right? Katie said you were in the saloon. You heard him yourself. He did it to make a point. And what about this thing that's coming to Paradise? Katie tell you about that?" "What thing?" "Black said he's doing all this to help prepare us for something that's coming." He said that. For the first time since she'd entered, a shadow of concern crossed his mother's face. Now that's weird. You hungry?" His mother had a way of letting the steam out of his concerns. At least she was keeping an open mind. "Sure. I'm starved." They made small talk while Sally cooked up some spaghetti and prepared a green salad with tomatoes, Johnny's favorite. For an hour they were the normal small death. His mother was a bit distracted, but he wrote it off to a good shopping day. Funny how buying clothes and shoes could make someone so happy. As the 8 o'clock spying mission approached, his concern made a comeback. He thought about calling Roland and telling him he couldn't go out, but the fact of the matter was, he wanted to find out what Black was up to as much as Roland did. Maybe more. Sally pushed her plate away. "Boy, that was delicious if I don't say so myself." She picked up the bottle of oily Italian dressing and eyed it The preacher's stuff looks a bit like this. Don't you think? The comment caught Johnny off guard. She'd seen the bottle. What do you mean? Katie had a bottle. You didn't taste it, did you? Sally looked up at Johnny, held his eyes. It was harmless, Johnny. She set the bottle down. She said it was aloe vera and some kind of mild sedative. Mild. It's got half the town seeing things. Well, I haven't seen anything. Besides, I wouldn't mind knowing what all the hoopla's about. Sally stood and took her plate into the kitchen. It'll be fine, Johnny. Paradise could use a little excitement now and then. A question ballooned in his mind. Why were the rest so eager to taste Black's concoction while he had no interest? At least not enough interest to give in. They'd supposedly all been exposed to the water. Had he drunk any water in the last couple days? Yes, he had. So then why were they different from him? Maybe they really weren't. His mother didn't think it was a big deal. So then it probably wasn't. He looked at the clock. 2 minutes to 8. He had to meet Roland. Maybe they were all just questioning things because that's exactly what the preacher wanted them to do. He was thinking pretty hard about things he'd hardly ever thought about, right? Maybe Black was an angel who'd come to save Paradise. Then who was coming to kill them all? Johnny looked around the old theater and studied the street. He could just see the outline of the Bowerses' house. Like a ghost across the street, barely glowing in the night, shifting behind a thin curtain of blowing dust. The blinds were open. He pulled his head back. Anything? Roland asked. No. Were your parents around this afternoon? Roland hesitated. My mom was. She forgot to make dinner. But you didn't see your dad. Another hesitation. He was probably busy. Are we going to do this? I'm getting a headache. Johnny took a deep breath. Okay. We see if the preacher's over there. If he is, we watch him and see what he does. If we don't see him, we knock on the door and ask for Peter. That's the plan. Sounds good. Roland headed around the corner. He didn't seem bothered by the darkness, so Johnny followed, dismissing the inner voices that suggested caution. A scrub oak hedge surrounded the house. The barrier gave them perfect cover up to a height of 3 feet. They wedged themselves between the hedge and house, and they crawled 3/4 of the way around the house without seeing a single soul. The Bowerses had either left the house or occupied one of 3 remaining rooms. Claude Bowers's study, the master bedroom, or the main floor bathroom. Roland reached the study window and waited for Johnny to squat next to him. Okay. You go up first this time, Roland whispered. Me. Roland had led thus far. Sure. Just go up slow and peek in. Johnny looked up. Seemed harmless enough, despite the fact that the window glowed faintly. You think he's going to poke your eyes out? Roland asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Johnny ignored the jab and slowly lifted his head to the window sill. He peered into the study, saw Claude sitting at his desk, and immediately jerked his head down. What? Roland whispered. They in there. Claude. First contact. Adrenaline coursed through his veins. They hadn't exactly snuck into Fort Knox or anything, but his heart didn't seem to know the difference. What's he doing? I don't know. This time Roland eased up to the sill, held his nose there for a moment and then retreated. He's watching television. This time both Roland and Johnny eased up to the window. The room began to flash with blinding white strobes that ignited scenes on a monitor that sat on Claude's desk. Johnny couldn't see the images, but the white strobes yielded to red and blues that lit his face. Johnny could hear music now, the bass thudding low. A music video. An intense music video that had turned Claude into a useless lump of a man. A bottle of booze slipped from Claude's fingers and fell on the floor with a thump. He didn't seem to notice. Claude blinked. He swallowed and began to chuckle. But he still hadn't Moved. Johnny craned for a better view. He caught a fleeting image of Black's head. On the set, flapping back and forth as if on a spring. Then a red image that Johnny couldn't make out. Claude lunged forward, twisted a knob, and sat back. The music pounded. Louder. Metal. Headbanging music. Claude bent for the fallen bottle on the carpet and chuckled again. The images popped relentlessly without breaking cadence. Claude took a swig from the bottle, half of which dripped off his chin onto his stomach, and began to giggle. Johnny felt a tug on his sleeve. He's not in there. Come on. He dropped down. You see that? Lost his marbles. Black's not in there. Come on. Johnny followed Roland to the next window. Master bedroom. Go. Roland whispered. Johnny pulled himself up and looked through blinds that were closed. But anything. Roland whispered. She was dressed in a red skirt, too short and too tight, unless she was headed for a party. He could see Katie's face in the mirror, chin tilted up as she carefully applied a fresh coat of lipstick. She rubbed her lips together and turned her head for a side view. Maybe she and Claude were going to Delta. To a dance or something. Roland's face came up next to his. Their breath fogged the glass, and Roland wiped the moisture off with his palm. Johnny watched Katie fix something at the corner of her mouth. Satisfied, she tilted her head down and smiled into the mirror. She traced her freshly painted lips with a slow tongue. Katie tried another look, this one with one finger on her cheek and her hip. Cocked as if to say, "Hey there, stranger." She shifted into another look, this one tracing her open mouth with her tongue and a single finger along her neckline. Roland dropped down and Johnny followed. You see that? Roland whispered through his cockeyed smile. Well, it is Katie. Johnny glanced back at the office window, still glowing. From the lighted computer screen inside. Pretty weird, though. Both Claude and Katie. I wonder where Black is. Basement. We haven't tried the window wells. And where's Peter? Maybe we should just knock on the door and ask for Peter. Try the next window, Roland said. Roland edged his way around the corner toward the bathroom window. Waited for Johnny to catch up, then rose slowly. Wind howled through the eaves. Light seeped past the blinds, illuminating the hazy dust that filled the air. Johnny shielded his eyes and followed Roland to the windowsill. The low blind provided only a 3-inch gap at the bottom. Something blocked their view. A towel or something that made the window dark. Maybe a closet or. The darkness shifted. He squinted. And then the darkness walked away. From the window, Johnny flinched. He stood there staring at Marsuvi's Black's polyester trousers, less than 3 feet away. The preacher had been leaning against the window. Right in front of Johnny's face, a pane of glass separating them. Now Black stood at the mirror. A black, coverless DVD case rested on the white sink. Maybe for the DVD. That Claude was watching this very moment in his office. Johnny couldn't see what Black was doing, because the bottom of the blinds cut the man off at the shoulders. He would have to crouch a little to see Black's face, and that meant moving. If he moved, Black might see him. Roland breathed heavily. The window started to fog. Not good. Johnny pulled back a fraction to allow circulation between his lips and the glass. Then down a little so that his eyes cleared the blinds. Black was picking his teeth. The man's fingernails were long, but well-shaped, as if he recently had a manicure. The preacher valued cleanliness. He retracted his lips and studied his large white teeth. He began rubbing a section of his lower teeth with his tongue. Unsuccessful. With a mere tongue, the man's lips attacked his teeth. They moved furiously around his lower jaw. If lips could be double-jointed, the preacher owned a pair. Still aggravated by something in his teeth, Black went after them with his fingernail. Johnny could see his clean-shaven jaw jutting out toward the mirror as he angled for whatever it was. Roland had moved down for a better view and was breathing harder. Seeing the man go to work on his teeth was a mesmerizing sight. Not exactly the kind of evidence that revealed anything good or bad about him, but fascinating, nonetheless. The man really was getting worked up about whatever was stuck in his. Black howled with rage. The man lost his cool so suddenly that both Johnny and Roland yelped. If not for Black's own howl, he would have heard them for sure. The preacher grabbed his lower lip with his right hand and yanked it down. Hard. It peeled cleanly off his jaw as if it were a mask. Long white teeth buried in 3 inches of pink flesh jutted into a gaping mouth. His lower lip slipped a good 4 or 5 inches below his chin. With his other hand, Black wrenched a single tooth from his jaw and spit angrily into the mirror. A small chunk of white meat stuck to the glass. The stranger shoved his tooth down into place. He released his lower lip. It snapped up over his teeth, and he rubbed his jaw like a man who'd just been slapped, but no worse for the wear. Johnny's eyes dried in the wind. And then Black straightened his coat and turned toward the door. Now, Johnny, move now, while his back's turned. He dropped to his knees. The jar must have started his stalled heart, because he could hear the blood rushing through his ears now. He was hyperventilating. Roland was beside him, also on his knees. You see that? He stared up at the window, stupefied. Johnny tore through the hedge. He ran for the starlight, across the street, 100 yards off. His leg was bothering him, but adrenaline pushed him beyond the pain. He ran fast, maybe faster than he had in his life. Johnny didn't answer. We have to tell someone. Roland began to pace. We could talk to our parents. They'll just say we're seeing things. That's what everyone'll say now. Johnny hesitated, thinking. And maybe they're right. Roland scratched his head. Man, that looked real. I wonder what Fred and Peter saw. Maybe we should go to the cops, Johnny said. Cops. In Delta. Now you think it. Chapter 11. The Monastery. Thursday night. Billy was having a difficult time remembering exactly how many times he'd been to the dungeons in the last couple days. Well, yes, he knew, of course. 3 times. Roughly. No, closer to 5 times. His memory was foggy. His fascination with the dungeons, on the other hand, was less foggy. Crystal clear, in fact. Like a shaft of light in a pitch-black room, except that the tunnels were actually black, so if you could have a shaft of darkness in a room full of light. Billy left the class in which Paul spouted off as if he owned wisdom itself. And he spent an hour easing his way closer to the east side of the monastery, past the library, to the dark hall. He didn't think he cared whether the others knew what he was up to, but he skirted the students and the teachers with great care anyway. Raoul knew, he thought. He hadn't run into the masked monk again, but, upon rather fuzzy reflection, he narrowed the man's identity further. Yesterday he was confident it was either Raoul or Marsubi's Black or David Abraham. Now he was quite sure it was either Raoul or David Abraham, because the man had spoken about Marsubi's Black as if he was a third party. The man could have been tricking him, of course. He could be Marsubi's Black, living in the tunnels, driven mad by the worm gel. But why would he wear a mask? He lacked the same motivation as Raoul, an active teacher, and David, the director, both of whom would need to conceal their identity to continue their activities. Simple deduction. The kind of simple deduction Darcy and Paul obviously lacked, at least when it came to considering the tunnels. Billy took a deep breath, satisfied himself that the coast was clear, stepped into the staircase, grabbed a torch, and ran down the steps with the ease of familiarity. When he stepped up to the blackened doors, he was breathing as hard from the excitement of what lay ahead as from the rapid descent. The dead silence down here was broken only by a faint crackling from the torch. Billy stared at the tunnel doors, and in that moment he didn't care if Darcy or Paul or anybody followed him into the caverns. As long as he could enter himself. Billy stepped forward and was reaching for the door when the unmistakable sound of a shoe scraping on stone filtered down the stairwell behind him. He jerked his hand back and scanned the room quickly, looking for a place to hide. Nothing. Feet rounded the staircase. White tennis shoes, the kind students wore. A girl descended into view. Her skirt hung above trembling knees and her eyes were round like saucers. Darcy. His voice echoed around the chamber. Billy. Her voice trembled. You came. Darcy looked around in dazed wonderment. Billy was too stunned to move. So then he wasn't the only one to come to his senses when presented with the right argument. It is so gloomy, she said. She needed encouragement. Billy walked up to her and reached out his hand. This was almost too good to be true. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. She took his hand, but her eyes remained on the walls. Throbbing flame. Light cast an eerie orange hue on the mossy rock walls. The black door seemed to absorb and swallow the light. It was rather gloomy. She shook her head. No, I can't go in there. She paused. Aren't you frightened? Billy released her hand and walked to the door. When the torch's circle of light moved with him, Darcy followed. He turned to her. Frightened. Darcy, tell me, what do you feel like right now? I'm frightened. Yes, frightened. But what does frightened feel like? Tell me how you feel. Without using those old words. Say something a writer might write, like I feel a chill down my spine or something. Tell me exactly how you feel. She hesitated and glanced at the floor. I feel awful, Billy. I'm scared. Come on, Darcy. Those are the old words. Use the real words. How would you write it? Describe your feeling. Show me. What do awful and scared mean? I think I should go now. This isn't right. This place is. It is evil. She took a step backward. A thought crossed Billy's mind. She had no torch. In fact, she had no torch. Coming down the stairs, which meant she'd followed the light from his torch. It's too dark to go back, Darcy. You wouldn't catch me going up those stairs without a torch to keep whatever's hiding in the dark from stepping out. Will you just tell me what you feel, for Pete's sake? I've got a point to make here. She looked back at the stairwell. When she turned around, her face was drawn tight and he knew he'd won, for the moment. She stood like a frail doll, dressed in her white cotton blouse and plaid skirt, hugging herself. She looked like she might start crying. I'm cold, she said. My stomach is tied in knots. My legs are trembling. And I want to leave this place. To turn and run up the stair, shaking a little and my heart is beating 100 miles an hour. See, we're the same here. Only I don't want to run up those stairs because I've been here before. Instead I want to run through that door. Well, I don't. Now give me the torch. You can go in there and find another one. Oh no, I can't. There aren't any torches in there. Besides, I think you're wrong. I don't think you feel fear at all. When someone tells me their stomach is tied in knots and their knees are knocking, I might guess they were about to step onto a thrilling roller coaster ride, or maybe meet someone they're in love with. I think that's what you feel, Darcy, only you've never quite felt this way because you've never been allowed to ride a roller coaster, and so you're misinterpreting the feelings. You're mistaking something that's good for something that's bad. Judging by her stare, she thought he'd flipped his lid. And maybe he had. That's crazy. I'm scared, not thrilled. This isn't a thrill ride I'm feeling. You think I don't know the difference? She shifted her eyes to the blackened doors. Then there is no difference between fear and excitement, Billy said. Because they both feel the same to me, and they would feel the same to you if you just relaxed a little. He shifted on his feet. Look, I've been down here several times now. Do I look any worse off? Am I a walking corpse? Do I look dead? I'm more alive than I've ever been. I feel like I've just been born into a big incredible world that's dying for me to gobble it up. I still don't want to go in. You're trying to lure me and frighten me. You think I can't see what you're doing. What do you take me for? I take you for someone who thinks the way I do. Someone born to know all things well. And here's one thing you don't know so well. If you don't know this. He motioned to the black door. You can't even write about it intelligently. That's not trickery. It's common sense. She stared at the door like, it's new. It's wonderful. There's this odor and this salve on the walls. He stopped, thinking his awkward description might deter her. I can't really describe it. Yes, but what does it feel like? You made me tell you what I felt, now you tell me. Okay. It's dark. Everywhere it is dark. And maybe a little wet. But apart from that, the halls are beautiful. They're the most wonderful things I've seen in my entire life. Mysterious. Breathtaking. Every nook is packed with a history of its own, Darcy. You take one look at the bones. He caught himself there. No sense in being too descriptive yet. At the artifacts there, and you know it fills a hole in your soul. Bones. There are bones in there. Not bones really. Just replicas, like carvings or sculptures that could look like bones. But they're wonderful, Darcy. Beautiful. Come in with me and I'll show you. There's a reason why this place is prohibited. Have you ever thought about that? The overseers aren't stupid, Billy. If they think it is wrong, then it is wrong. Unless they know something we don't. You thought about that. I haven't. It is a fact. They know that whoever enters these halls learns things that can't be learned up there. That's essentially what Marsubius Black was trying to say before he left. And what's more, I think the director agrees. Don't be ridiculous. Then who first convinced me to come down here? The director. She said incredulous. Darcy put one hand on each side of her head, frustrated. I don't know. Billy blinked. I don't know. Not yes but not no, which was much better than no. But you do feel a little excited about the whole thing, don't you? A little maybe. Consider this. We are taught to embrace life, right? To read and write and paint and speak and love and to embrace all forms of communication with passion. I mean, the entire purpose of our life here at the monastery is to become exceptional people. Well, I can tell you everything down here is greater than upstairs. Double the pleasure, double the satisfaction, double everything. My exploration down here is mind-numbing. The stories I've read, and I've only had time to read 2 short ones, were intoxicating. Even my writing takes on a new urgency and meaning. He stopped to catch his breath. You can pick up a stone in there and find the dead granite in your hands utterly fascinating. She didn't respond. She was mesmerized, he thought. And so she should be. He excited even himself. It's the final step, Darcy. This is what we were meant for. This. He thrust his hand toward the blackened doors. Billy lowered his arm and stepped toward her. I'll tell you what. There's one room in there. A room built like a study, full of books and a sofa. Very pleasant. Go with me there. Only there. Straight to the study. Take a quick look around, and if you don't want to stay, I swear we'll come right back. But you have to at least see if I'm right. See if this isn't really meant for you, or for everyone, for that matter. You have to come. Darcy stared at the doors. Billy remembered a story they'd studied years ago, a true story in which an executioner had offered his victims the choice between the guillotine or some unknown fate that waited behind an ominous. She blinked once and then spoke in a thin voice. I guess. Billy began to tremble with excitement. Okay. Give me your hand. He reached out, and she finally took his hand. He felt her weight leaning away from him, and he gave her a little tug. I'm right here. I've got the light. She followed reluctantly. Billy stepped toward the door, praying under his breath that she wouldn't change her mind at the last second and bolt for the stairs. Shadows shifted on the charred wood, ebbing with the torch's flame. Darcy's breathing deepened at his shoulder, like an old man struggling against black lungs. He raised a hand to the rough cross brace and pushed. The massive doors squealed open. She withdrew at the sound, but he was finished with his reassurances. He wanted in. Then they were inside and the doors closed behind them with a thump. Darcy jerked again and Billy turned around, his mind buzzing with excitement. Her mouth gaped. She tried to speak. At least he thought she tried to speak, but the sound that came out was like a soft groan, so he couldn't know for sure. He tugged at her arm. Come on. He pulled her into the dark shaft on his far right. The sweet musty odor he'd come to love filled his nostrils. Billy. Huh. He stopped and followed her gaze. Yellow light from his torch splashed on the walls. Darcy whimpered and then followed willingly enough. She had little choice. He began to jog, past dozens of the long pink worms slithering on the walls, past the 2 gated rooms he first discovered. Darcy staggered twice, and he yanked her back to her feet. She seemed to follow more willingly as they ran deeper into the tunnel. And then the gated study loomed ahead to their right. Billy slowed to a walk, panting. He'd left the gate open. Should close it better next time, just in case. Just in case what? He didn't know, but just in case anyway. He released Darcy and shifted the torch to his right hand. It slipped a little, in his sweating palm, and he tightened his grip. Here it is. Billy reached for the gate and pulled it open. Darcy bumped his elbow, causing the light to waver in the open study. He felt a surge of anger. Maybe he shouldn't have brought her. She might mess everything up. Poke into his stuff and get in his way. Careful. He snapped. They stepped into the small study. On his right the shelves, stuffed with books, reached the ceiling. Except for a few he'd brushed off and pulled out, the books were still covered by a thin layer of dust. He looked at the desk on his left. A journal lay on the desk, tilted just so. His pen resting on its cover. He'd filled the first few pages during his more recent visits. A smile of wonder dawned on Darcy's face. It's beautiful, she said. And there may be more. It's like a whole new world, Darcy. What did I tell you? Now how does it feel? She turned to him. Stimulating. He winked at her, glad she'd come after all. Yes, stimulating. They held their gaze for a moment, and Billy thought she was the most beautiful creature he'd seen. His heart began to pick up its pace as he gazed into her eyes. Can you smell that? He asked. Yes, it's sweet. She drew a deep breath and grinned. I think it comes from the worms. She looked out at the darkened hall. Really? From there? From the stuff that comes from them? I think it makes everything down here. I don't know, maybe magical or something. It's almost like a drug that doubles or triples sensation. Course, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Billy pulled a plum from his pocket. See this? Just a plum, right? Right. I brought it down to eat. To see if it tastes better here. He grinned and held it up between his thumb and forefinger. I guarantee you it'll be different. Everything down here is different. Billy brought the fruit to his lips, winked at Darcy again, and bit deep. Juice flooded his mouth. The taste wasn't what he'd hoped for. He smacked his lips and let the flavor swirl around his tongue. But that was just it. There was no real flavor. Must be a bad fruit, he said, tossing the plum through the gate. But everything else down here will knock your socks off. I can guarantee you that. The failure bothered Billy for a moment. But almost immediately his hazy contentedness returned. The tunnels were working on him now. They certainly were. He was in the tunnels, right? Yes. In the nasty forbidden dungeon. God bless them, thank you very much. Darcy really was beautiful. He'd never really noticed. He took her by the hand. Look at this. He led her to the journal on the desk. What is it? He touched it. You can't tell. It looks like a journal. Her voice held more wonder than any journal should engender. She laid a hand on his. Can I see? He didn't respond immediately. He just stood there suspended in the moment with her hand touching his. She looked at him and gently lifted his hand from the book. She opened the cover, keeping her eyes on him. She dropped her gaze to the pages, and he followed her eyes. Do you like it? He asked. What is this? Just some doodling. I love it, she murmured. I love it, Billy. She looked up at him. A collaboration. You think that might be good? I would like that. I would like that very much. And again he thought she must be the most beautiful woman he'd seen, never mind that she was only 13. So was he. She raised a hand to his cheek. I think you're very kind, Billy. Her fingers pulled his collar back. You have a rash on your neck. Did you know that? The rash had started yesterday, but it wasn't important. What was important was Darcy. I think you're very kind too, he said. She removed her hand. Time drifted by. She looked at the book. What kind of story should we write? Billy fanned through the pages. You want to begin now. We're writers, aren't we? It's my favorite thing to do. What kind of story? Billy thought about that. A story about discovering everything new. Like the dungeons, frightful truths and breaking rules. He closed the book. But there's other stuff to see. Let's explore first. Darcy walked around the sofa, mesmerized by everything she saw. I can't believe this place has been here this whole time. It's magical. I love it, Billy. I just love it. And I love you, Darcy. She looked back at him. You do. What was he saying? I feel like I do. Well, I'm not sure I would go that far, she said. I'm not even sure we should trust our feelings down. Yes. She walked toward the gate and peered back down the tunnel. Yes, I am. Billy withdrew the torch and walked into the dark hall. Let's look around. Chapter 12. Paradise. Friday morning. Paula Smither awoke late in the morning, feeling sluggish, almost dead. Her mind crawled from the gray haze of another world, where it had been trapped for the last. She glanced at the clock. 15 hours now. 11 o'clock. What was she thinking sleeping in so late? And for 2 days in a row. She slid off the mattress and walked toward the bathroom. What a dream. Wow, what a dream. It came back to her in little chunks, and she caught her step at an image that flashed through her mind. A scene she didn't think she was capable of imagining. She lifted a hand to her stringy brown hair and ruffled it. But it had felt so real. Not like a dream at all. More like she'd actually been there with him, letting him touch her face like that. Amazing. Repulsive. Lovely. She didn't know which. Maybe all three. There was something wrong with Marsuvi's. Something demonic and evil, and snake-like. He was finding a way to slither into her mind and whisper things that made her hate him. Unless, of course, he was really her guiding angel, revealing her true inner self to her false outer self. Purifying her. Cleansing her with the delicious, ugly, brutal, lovely truth. Which was what? That she wanted to be loved. That she hated herself. That she despised wickedness because she knew that deep inside her bones there was the marrow of wickedness, and the only way to deal with that evil was to draw it out of the bones. The sword of truth was dividing bone from short and pudgy, but her hair was long and her complexion shimmered in the glass, smooth and tanned from the summer sun. Her eyes glistened above a small nose. Not too bad really. Paula looked at her body in profile, draped in one of Steve's old shirts. Shapely if you looked just right. At least not huge like Nancy. The one small blessing of giving birth to only one child after 3 miscarriages. She moved toward the shower, keeping her eyes on her figure as she walked. No, slinked. Across the room, like one of those young models walking down the street in slow motion. Paula's shin slammed into the side of the tiled bath, and she doubled over. She grasped her leg. Crap. The shock of pain brought her mind out of its lazy spin. Listen to you, Paula. Using language like that. What's gotten into you? Marsuvi's, a small voice whispered. Marsuvi's black. She stood up and stared at the mirror again. Another chunk of her dream came to her, the part about meeting the tall preacher in the church basement, right in her own Sunday school room. She looked back at her bed. The sheets had been kicked to the floor. It was a dream. Just a dream. Still, she had no business even dreaming things like that. She'd best forget the man altogether, push him right from her mind and pretend she'd never even seen him. Marsuvi's filled in her mind's eye, blue eyes flashing. Wanna trip like I do? Baby. He licked his lips. She clenched her eyes and shook the vision from her head. What had become of her? Bone from marrow. That's what had become of her. Where was Steve? Come to think of it, he hadn't slept in their bed last night, had he? In fact, he hadn't been home for supper either, but he often ate at the bar. He hadn't bothered to call, though. He'd been gone all day, the least he could do was call. She was too preoccupied with her inner dividing of bone and marrow to worry about Steve, but now her mind buzzed. Summer wind. She loved the wind, especially when the sun was out like it was now. She glanced first up and then down Main Street. Deserted. That was odd. Paula walked to the sidewalk. She took 3 steps toward Nails and Tan and stopped. No, she didn't want to go to the witch's palace. Katie might think of herself as the one woman in paradise who really knew about life, but under all that talk she was still nothing more than a small-town girl with a broken tanning bed. Paula turned and walked toward the church. Leaves flew by. She could barely see the church for all the dust in the air. Wanna trip like I do, baby? The base of her brain tingled. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard in my life. Wanna trip, like I'm some kind of druggie or something. Then she heard the first sound of life since waking. A thump. Not a wood against wood thump, as if a branch fell, but a metal against wood thump. Almost a crack. The sound triggered a memory. Her father used to cut the heads off chickens with an axe like that. On a stump. Right through those thin necks in one blow. She turned to her right. If she wasn't mistaken, the sound had come from behind her own house. She glanced at the church that was still swirling in the thin mask of dust, then veered toward the alley that led behind the house. The gate to the white picket fence Steve put in last year swung in the wind. She stepped through the opening and headed for the back lawn. The thump came again, closer now, definitely from the backyard, she thought. And a little discretion might be in order. No telling what was happening back there. Thump. She stepped up to the gravel that surrounded the house, edged up to the corner, and peered into the backyard. The some assembly required shed that had taken Steve 3 days to assemble stood next to the back fence, its door flapping in the wind. She would have to shut that before the storm came. An axe head rose past the shed's low roofline and swung back down, out of view. Thump. Someone was back there with an axe. Paula pressed her body against the wall, out of the shed's view. Steve. Sure, it had to be Steve. Who else would be cutting wood behind their shed? This was ridiculous. She was just going to have to walk over there and find out what he was up to, wasn't she? Paula looked around the corner again, saw that the yard was empty, and stepped out into the open. Her first 2 steps were normal, but then she crouched and shuffled quickly to the shed wall without really knowing why she should feel creeped out about Steve chopping wood. The wind moaned around the shed. What if he catches me like this? What if Steve stands up and sees me creeping up on him like this? He'll think I'm nuts. But what if it isn't Steve at all? Or Roland? What if it is Marsuvi's? She froze at the thought. That was absurd, of course. No matter how unorthodox his ways, he was a minister of the gospel, grace and hope, not some crazy woodsman. The thought surprised her. Just yesterday, she was quite sure he was the devil. Now she was not only giving him the benefit of the doubt, but defending his sacred mission. Dividing bone from, she stepped forward, brought her head to the corner, and looked behind the shed. Steve knelt on the ground with a hatchet raised above his tangled dark hair. He brought the axe down. Thump. Paula winced. A long stake rested against the chopping block at his knees, shaved to a sharp point by the axe. Steve was sharpening a stake. No, not just a stake. A dozen stakes. At least 12 of the things leaned against the fence beside him, all pointy sharp. What could he possibly be thinking, turning branches into short fat spears? The sweaty shirt clinging to his back was the same shirt he'd worn yesterday, only now it was streaked with dried dust. His hair was matted with sweat and speckled with small wood chips. Thump. He mumbled something, and for a moment Paula thought he'd seen her. She eased back. He spoke again. Shut up. The rest was lost in the wind. What was he doing, kneeling there like an idiot, whacking at those sticks? She was half tempted to grab him by the ear. Get up, you useless good-for-nothing. Get to work and make us some money or something. And where were you last night, anyway? You want a trip like I do, baby? Paula spun from the shed and ran toward the sidewalk. If the fool wanted to make tent pegs or whatever he was making back there, let him. She had this bone and marrow business to attend to. The street was still empty. Dust swirls danced on the blacktop like a troop of Tasmanian devils. A thin layer of the stuff covered the street and sidewalk. She ran. Want a trip? Huh, want a trip? Sure, baby, I'll show you how to trip. Please, Paula, you're downright loose when you want to be. Did that mean she wanted to be loose? Was that what her marrow was telling her? There was something she was supposed to be doing, but she couldn't remember. Steve was back there making sticks. What's the world coming to? She walked back into the house. If a visitor had driven through Paradise that Friday, he might have wondered if it was a deserted Colorado ghost town. So thought Johnny Drake as he stared out the front window. If the visitor hung around long enough, he might see a stray soul or a dog, braving the hot gusting winds, darting from one building to another. But in 5 minutes of staring, Johnny hadn't seen either. From what he could tell, the shops were closed. Their windowsills were filling with dust, and the streetlight was out. Boiling black clouds kept the valley in a perpetual dusk. There were no visitors, not even a lost magpie. Johnny had awakened late, sat up groggily, and forced his mind to clear. The events of last night crashed through his mind. Roland had agreed to come by his room when he woke up. But a quick check of his bedroom window showed no Roland. He pulled on the same shirt he'd worn yesterday and hurried out to the living room. Mom. But she wasn't there. Johnny ran to his mother's room and cracked the door. She was still sleeping under the sheets. Sally moaned, made a half-hearted attempt to lift her head, then collapsed back on the pillow. Johnny stepped in. Mom, wake up. Go. The way she said it sent a sliver of fear through his chest. It was Black's poison. Had to be. At a loss, Johnny had come here, to the front window, pulled the curtain back, and stared at the ghost town called Paradise. A thought occurred to him. The streetlight was out. What about the phones? Johnny ran to the kitchen and picked up the phone. If they were going to call. No dial tone. Not even a hiss. He tapped the disconnect twice. Nothing. The wind had blown over one of the poles or something. Unless it was Black. Johnny stood in the kitchen, phone in hand, mind numb. Black was either an angel or the devil, and Johnny was completely confused about which. Or why. Or what, if anything, he could do about it. or if he even should do anything about it. He didn't know how to drive, and with the storm blowing. A bang sounded at the back of the house. Roland. He dropped the phone into the cradle and ran to his bedroom. Roland stood at his window, freckled face pressed against the glass. Johnny hurried to the window, flung it open. His friend looked at him over bags that darkened his eyes. "Hey, you okay?" "Sure." Roland climbed inside and looked around. "A bit tired maybe, but okay." Johnny shut the window. "You look sick." Roland faced him. "Peter came by. You should have seen what he looked like." "Peter? What did he say?" "He said we had to meet him and Fred at the theater." "What for?" "He didn't say. Just said to come." "I don't know. You got a better idea." Johnny didn't have a better idea, because he didn't have any ideas. "When?" "Now." "Sure. Now." Johnny looked at the dark clouds. "Okay," he finally said. They headed out into the wind 5 minutes later. The trees bent under strong gusts, and Johnny had to cover his eyes to keep the dust out. They walked down the alley behind All Right Convenience, toward the starlight. They rounded the theater, glad to be out of the wind. "Man, this stuff's really blowing," Roland said. "So where are Peter and Fred?" Roland looked around. No sign of them. Maybe they already left. A thump sounded on the wind, close. Johnny spun. What was that? Something probably blew into the building. Another thud shook the wall. That came from the far end. Or inside, Roland said. His own suggestion dawned on him belatedly and his eyes grew round. He ran to the wall and pressed his ear flat. Someone's inside. He spun around and ran for the corner. "Where you going?" "Come on." Johnny rounded the corner cautiously. Knee-high grass swayed like a shifting sea. The carcasses of several rusty cars rose from the grass. A dilapidated wooden windmill leaned against the wall, creaking in the wind. The wind gusted and lifted a board from the wall, then dropped it with a loud thud. Roland strode for the loose siding. He was going in. Now Johnny was confronted with a decision. On one hand, he knew, without a doubt, that whatever waited inside the old theater couldn't be good. On the other hand, he couldn't just run from whatever was happening to this town. Particularly not when he had nowhere to run to. Hold on. They're in there. I heard music in the starlight. Just. He nudged Roland to one side. Let me take a look. He gripped the board by the bottom edge and lifted it. Nothing jumped out at him or bowled him over, and the board was loose enough, so he lifted it higher. The nails had been pulled. Whoever was in there had taken a hammer or a crowbar to the wall to get in. Together Roland and he shoved the board high, then eased their heads into the dark foot-wide gap. The first thing Johnny saw were the theater's arching rafters, flickering with white light. Fire. Then he heard the music, pounding from somewhere inside. A wall stood between them and whoever was inside the main hall. That's Peter and Fred for sure, Roland said. Just stay behind me. And if I run, you run. Okay. Lighten up. Sheesh. Johnny squeezed through the opening. Roland followed. The board clunked, closed. Protected from the howling wind, he could hear the music loudly now. An eerie, melancholic, thumping rock and roll. Gothic. Evil. He edged forward. Stage door on the right. Carefully, fighting every ounce of good reason, Johnny turned the knob and pulled the door open a crack. The volume escalated. White light sputtered on the walls inside. No. Monsters. He pulled the door wider and eased his head through. Light flashed from a box set on the stage, splashing white across the auditorium in staccato pulses. 2 years earlier, but not trashed like this. It took a few seconds for the images to register, because they came at him in flashes of light. The long curtains hanging on the walls were shredded from top to bottom, and the old wooden seats had been torn from their anchors and scattered like a box of spilled jacks. Bottles and cans littered the floor. Dozens of them, spilling liquid that sparkled in the light. Someone had spray-painted haphazard lines across the walls and huge Gothic letters on the torn screen. Screw Hope. In the middle of it all, the three figures jerked about, like stoned teenagers. In a mosh pit, Roland's head pushed past his arm. The identity of the largest figure was clear. The bulky body teetering and twitching like a tortured penguin could only belong to Peter's father, Claude Bowers. He faced the flashing box, which Johnny now saw was actually a television set. His hands swayed to the music, creating the strange illusion that his arms were electric cords delivering shocks that convulsed his body. 10 feet behind and to the left, the second man jerked back and forth like a bebopping bowling pin. He had an axe in his hands, and for one terrifying moment Johnny thought the man might be Roland's father. But then a flash lit the face and Johnny saw Chris Ingalls, smiling like a vampire with bulging eyes. He heard a gasp from Roland. Then he saw what Roland was looking at. The third figure was a boy his size, jumping up and down like a pogo stick. Peter. He tugged at Roland's collar, jerked him back through the door. You see that? Roland whispered and stuck his head back in. Johnny hesitated a moment and then took another look. The whole scene looked like something he might expect from a dream. A nightmare or a scene from an MTV music video. But this wasn't any of those. This was Peter and his father and Chris Ingalls in the Starlight Theater in Paradise, Colorado, population 450. Writhing to headbanging music. And by the looks of it, they'd been at it a while. The axe man, Chris Ingalls, spun and let loose a scream. He jumped from the stage, swung his axe above his head like a tomahawk, and took a swipe at one of the toppled theater seats. The chair cracked and flew across the room. Chris let out another whoop and resumed his lurching dance in front of the stage. The smaller form, Peter, scooped up a bottle at his feet, cocked his arm back like a pitcher, and hurled the object at the television set. With a loud pop the tube exploded. Just like that, boom, and the room fell into darkness and total silence. A flame from a lighter flickered to life, highlighting Claude Bowers' sweaty face. The three stood dumbstruck, arms hanging limp, chests rising and falling. Who did that? Claude asked with a heaving voice. Peter took a step back. You do that, Peter. Claude spoke as if the boy had just slapped him for no reason. What you do that for? Johnny could hear his own breathing now. He shut his mouth and drew air through his nose. They should have left already, but Johnny teetered in that awful place between must run and can't run. Claude stared at his son through the wavering flame, and for a moment, Johnny thought he might actually take after him. Then he did. He shrieked obscenities and lunged forward. Peter spun and let out a yelp. He took 3 steps before his father's hand caught him and together they tumbled to the floor, crushing the lighter's flame under them. The room went black. Piercing shrieks echoed through the theater. Roland bolted forward. You sick? The room was too dark to see Roland running, and Peter's wails covered the sound of his feet. Now Johnny was faced with another critical decision: to save Roland from sharing Peter's fate or to make a quick escape now, while he could. He took off after Roland. Problem was, he couldn't see. And then he could. Light flared from a rag Chris Ingalls had stuffed into a bottle. Johnny heard the sound of swishing liquid. Johnny pulled up a third of the way down the right aisle. Roland took 3 more steps, placing him near the front. He slid to a stop. Claude must have seen the boy, because he froze, fist raised over Peter. Head turned toward the auditorium. The intrusion seemed to disorient Claude. Chris Ingalls was a statue. Legs spread wide, torch licking the air beside his face, eyes ogling Roland. Johnny and Roland were rooted in the aisle. Peter wailed. Claude released his son and stood up. Peter was still screaming bloody murder. Claude slapped his head with an open hand. Shut up. Peter whimpered and then shut up. Out of obedience or unconsciousness. Johnny couldn't tell. Claude stepped over his son's body. You guys bring anything? What? Yeah, we're looking for more stuff, Chris said. You have a TV. Claude looked at Roland. How about the TV from your dad's bar? You think he'd mind if we borrowed it? Roland wasn't responding. Listen, you little creep. Ingalls snapped. He's asking you a question. It's a simple question. Just answer the stupid question, you dope. If you don't tell us, we're going to come down there and slap some sense into you. So shut your trap and just tell us what. Shut up, Chris, Claude said. Ingalls looked at the big Swede. I said, shut up. He was yelling. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Chris looked like he'd been slapped. He swallowed. Sheesh. I'm trying to get us a TV. If you want. Ah. Ingalls screamed and jerked his hand from the bottle, which had evidently gotten hot enough to burn him. The flame blinked out when the bottle hit the floor. Darkness. Johnny ran forward, grabbed Roland by his shirt, and tugged. Come on, he whispered. Get that light back on. Claude thundered. I burned my hand. It's dark, Peter said. Johnny ran for the thin crack of light below the exit door. He slammed into the door, yanked it open. Claude yelled behind them. Hey! They rushed through the service hall, crashed through the plank and out of Roland looked back the way they'd come. You see him hit Peter. A crooked smile nudged his lips. You find that funny? What are they doing? Good question. Or rather, why were they trashing the theater and going nuts over that television? It was crazy, plain and simple. What are we going to do? Roland asked when Johnny didn't respond. I don't know. Maybe we should go get some help. How? A bang sounded inside the theater. Johnny glanced back. Coast was still clear. Chapter 13. The Monastery. Friday morning. Samuel stared out of his father's study window at the black clouds roiling over the small town far below. All because of one silly boy, he said. Not one silly boy, his father said. Samuel turned, arms clasped behind his back. Billy and Darcy. 2. Dark rings circled his father's eyes, and his flesh seemed to sag around his cheeks. Samuel had never seen his father in such a state. He wanted to run over and hug him. Billy's called for a debate. His father exposed his true concern, something he would guard even from the teachers. But he trusted his son, which made Samuel proud. You yourself said that you expected it, father. You told me that a month ago and again, last week, when Marsuvi's Black left us. But you were sure that the power we have would all play to our advantage. You still believe that, don't you? David stared past him, his gaze distant and aimless. Samuel noticed that they were both standing with hands clasped behind their backs. Like father, like son. Yes, David said, I've staked everything on that belief. You're right, the power in this place has always threatened to wreak havoc. And I've always believed good would prevail. It is why I left the university after your mother's death. But what if I'm wrong? And if I'm right, what will the cost be? Samuel walked up to his father and took his hand. When David had taken him for a long walk behind the monastery 3 days earlier and told him what was happening, without even the teacher's knowledge, Samuel thought his father was playing some sort of game with him. It took a full 24 hours for the implications to settle in. Billy had no real idea what he'd done. But Samuel had the same power. An incredible fact. Then again, all of the children had the same power. And that was a bit frightening. His father's eyes were glassy. Can you imagine what would happen if this got out to the world, Samuel? But it won't. We won't let it. It's not something we can control. Not now. My whole life you've taught me the power of Christ's love to overthrow evil. I know this is difficult for you, Father, but you have to believe what you've taught me. David looked at his son. Evil can be very powerful, Samuel. And so can love. The door behind them opened. Samuel held his father's eyes one moment longer, then released his hand. He wasn't used to being the encourager in their relationship, but it felt right now. He was becoming a man, and his father needed him. The realization was both daunting and satisfying. 2 teachers and 2 students walked into the study. Raoul and Andrew ushered the children through the door. Hey, Tyler. Hey, Christine. Hey, Samuel. They'd both been here before, but a trip to the director's study was an unusual occurrence. Their eyes took in the setting. David smiled, cloaking all traces of concern. Thank you for coming. Have a seat, please. He indicated the chairs around the redwood table. Thank you, sir. Mother countries. Excuse us for just a moment. David walked toward the adjacent conference room. Raoul, Andrew, please follow me. They walked into the room and closed the door. Samuel sat and looked at his friends. Were they strong enough to stand up to Billy? No doubt. His father's concerns were overstated. You guys eat already? Yes, Tyler said. Have you guys noticed how quickly they shut down the cafeteria these last 2 days? No, Christine said. 2 o'clock like always. But too sharp. Tyler snuck a look at the conference room door and lowered his voice. The overseers just seem a bit rushed. In fact, I'm not sure they aren't a bit uptight in general. I snapped Christian's boxers in the bathroom this morning, and Andrew happened to be walking by. He told me to grow up. That sound like Andrew to you? Boys, Christine said, rolling her eyes. How does snapping boxers translate to fun in that lofty mind of yours? It translates as easily as pinning back your hair or painting your nails. Tyler said, I paint my nails for beauty. Beauty is intrinsically valuable. And I snapped Christian's boxers for humor. Humor's also intrinsically valuable. Christine thought about that. Point made. I still think the overseers need to lighten up a bit. I'll be sure to mention this to the director the moment he steps back in. Christine said with a smirk. All overseers to ease up on the fun seat. She turned to Samuel. So what's this all about? The enormity of her ignorance struck him as tragic. This was about the end of all things as they knew it. About the beginning of something either very good or very bad. How could he explain this to 2 kids who were for the moment preoccupied with snapping shorts and painting nails? The door opened, saving Samuel from an answer. One look at Andrew and Samuel's gut tightened. The man's face was white. Raoul looked concerned as well, but not like Andrew. Perhaps Raoul had more faith in Christine than Andrew did. They crossed the room and sat opposite Christine and Tyler. His father regarded them with unusual gravity. Christine glanced at Samuel, any trace of a smile now gone. What's wrong? At least that much is obvious, David said. He drew a deep breath. Christine, Tyler, we are very proud of you both. In fact, it is my confidence in you that brings you here. I've watched you both and I see that your character is strong. He smiled. Christine folded her hands. Thank you, sir. Tyler followed her example. Thank you, sir. Good. Then let me tell you what I just told Andrew and Raoul. Billy has challenged the school's prevailing rule of love in the first debate of its kind in the history of Project SHOWDOWN. He let the statement settle in. A debate? Tyler asked. Billy's arguing against love. What on earth would make him do that? He